Hello, everybody. Welcome to Triton-Cup 126. I am joined here by my lovely co-commentator, Kimi, or also known as
Octanoic.
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 Sorry about that little mix-up. I'm actually very bad at reading things. How are you doing? Are you excited for these games?
I'm alright. I'm excited for these games. Let's see what everyone's got to offer.
Yeah.
Hopefully, the games are really good. Let's see. What happens.
Yeah.
We're in game one now, I believe.
Yes,
Round
we
one.
will be in set one with Mofusand, Fluffy Spoiled Kittens versus Clown Ensemble. Do you recognize either? It's always hard to tell because, pickup culture, but do you recognize any of the players or any memorable faces?
I've heard of the team a few times, but honestly, I haven't heard much. I haven't heard much about Muffs and Fluffy's Bodkit since I'm definitely gonna have to shorten that in game. But but I've heard, I think I've heard of Carnosom before. I've heard of them a few times. I think they're somewhat established, but we'll see. Hopefully, we can just see what they have to offer from games. Hopefully, it's real competitive, real close games. So obviously, that's what everyone really wants now.
Yeah, that's always our hope as commentators. We always want that game three,
Yeah.
Uh, Looking at these maps, I'm seeing some pretty good maps here. But I do have my hot take. I don't like humpback zones.
I think it's alright. I think it's annoying because it's like the choke points there are like a lot. Because there's a lot more choke points than normal. So it's like you get one good like elite or heavy, and it's like you're kind of cooked. Because I remember I was playing, I think, some scrims a while ago, and it's like we picked humpback zones, and it's just keep every time I was going forward, I died because they were just holding the choke point. So it's like because there's like obviously you can get to zone, but like you gotta mostly want to like get as because I play what is it? I mostly play Slayer, so I want to just get
Yeah,
kills, and it's like you're going there, you go in, but then you're just dead, and it's like you have to like change your approach, and then that's obviously a real advantage to the opposing team because I have to do something different, which might make me have a bit worse mechanics. I'm not like prepared for it, but it's like stuff like that. I think on maps like Humpback or like even old Mahi Mahi before the rework, and maybe a little bit now with the rework, if you just
yeah,
have one good long range weapon and you just get them to hold like the important drug points, you're already halfway there to winning. I think.
yeah. And I mean, a lot of these zones are also really sensitive to cheese. Like, I mean, Mako zones, and humpback zones especially. But like you're talking about with those long range, we see that E-liter, but we're also seeing a lot of really short range on the opposite side. I believe on the side of Clown Ensemble in the blue there. I really wonder how they're going to take this backless approach against an E-liter here.
Yeah. I mean, they're already doing pretty well, you see. But so Zyla with the Octobus doing really well just to cover the zone, get cap point again, and obviously now Mofusand is a really disadvantage because now they can if they just stay on ledge, then it's obviously a bit harder. But now they've already regained person advantage with killing the Wiper and the Octobrush. So now and they're already recapped zone, but that goes in the Reef Slider, and now didn't do much to be honest though, because now they've just already recapped point. Maybe the Ink Strikes can help, but no. So Muffasan just really gets point again, and they're holding really well. You see they're stopping all the flanks, and I think it's just going really well for Muffasan. But we'll obviously see because now we've got Law on the flank, right, trying to win the battle, but decided to retreat. But yeah, how do you think this game's going?
Yeah, wisely choosing to go for those strikes there instead of anything else. I see two players went down on the side of Mofusan, hopefully giving that their opportunity back in, but no, unfortunately, it looks like it's not, as two more players go down on the side of Clown Ensemble. they really need to cap the zone here, but it looks like they're not going to be able to do it as we are currently into about 15 points left in this game,
Yeah.
trying to get a point in 10 seconds left. Not much time and 2 players down. I think this is a done deal here.
Booyah just to make sure. Yeah, and that's game 1.
Yeah,
To Mokusan.
I feel like Clown Ensemble had a very good opening, but a
They weren't
bit
able to hold it.
staggered.
Yeah. When they lost as soon as they went down to a 4v2, you could just see that Mokusan were just able to push up and just get to where they need to be, get the right positioning. So they just focused on where, and then they just got put in stagger loop. And then even when the center tech tried to flank, they couldn't because they were being held back by someone who decided to go in that way. So it's like they just had a really good defense, making sure that point was hard to get to. And even as it closely got to the end, and Clown Ensemble put on a good battle, it still wasn't enough because they couldn't cap point.
Yeah,
Because there was just not enough paint output, I think, from them.
I feel like also it goes back to your point about those long range weapons, looking at those choke points. With a
Yeah.
short range comp like that, into a E leader, into those nice mid lines like that S Blast that Mofusan had, that's a little bit difficult to push into, because you were talking about the on left, the T-Tech trying to go. You got people who can way outrange you. It's a little bit of a uphill battle if you lose that strong position that you had.
I've played a lot of matches with Tech, so I am pretty used to to getting just held, and I just have to, and I'm just like It's like it's really annoying to deal with, but
well,
they really are using they're just using it to the thing disadvantage. Oh, what's happened there then?
I think there was a little bit of an issue changing the map because look, we might have had a rerun there with
I think that I think they went back by accident.
Yeah, but we will be going to my below humpback zones. I'm thinking that E leader. That's gonna be really tough to move into, but with these weird hills in mid, maybe there's enough cover. Maybe there's enough like area to close up the gap. What do you think?
I think the E-liter can be pressure on this map, I think. Because with this map, it's not like with Mako, there's a consistent spot where you can just stand on, but with this one, it's really just ledges. And the moment you get pressured off that ledge, it's like, oh, because it's very I think from a shooter main, it's very easy to just just maneuver and just kill them. But obviously depends on what they do. But let's see what happens here.
Yeah. Hopefully some of the players on the side of Clown Ensemble can even it up a little bit. We do see that Crab Dread coming out instead of that slider, so no cheese for us today on either side, it looks like, but there's always a strike, so, you know, there's always a potential for it. All the players going into zone right now, one player down on Clown Ensemble, looking like it might be a little bit of a repeat from the last game as they're getting really pressured back. Hopefully the T-Tech can do something here, but no, they are unfortunately punished there.
And the Octobrush is just forced to stay there because they're just forced to shock.
Maybe they can get this off this, though.
They got a good opportunity now. Yeah, good kill there. So now they can easily cap. So now Clown Ensemble can pop, I think.
Yeah, we see that S-Blast in the corner over there, still causing a little bit of mischief, but trying to keep ground, being forced to jump out, though.
That was a good jump from them.
Absolutely. They have that Booyah Bomb coming out, and 2 players are down from Clown Ensemble, so looks like Mofusan will be able to come back in here but they do lose the lead first. And those strikes will actually prevent them from pushing up further, so we might see a pretty good lead here as everyone's coming back in on the side of Clown Ensemble.
Yeah, that air strike was really good because now they can't cap point because if they were able to cap point during the in strikes, it would have gone differently. But now, of course, Ace Strikes force the choke, force him to leave. Ely to doing really
Yeah.
well though. Yeah,
Ooh.
2K, 3K.
Oh my gosh.
Bloody hell. Yeah, that's a really good. That was a really good play from the Elite, because now they can just yeah, because now they can just force the choke.
Yeah, that's
Now
what you're
team is
talking about with that E-leader, kind of just being
yeah
able to
before
see straight
yeah
into mid.
yeah, and now yeah, S Plus doing well too. I think this is in the that I was reading 10 text paper, but yeah, found some has point again, but yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
love the aggression coming out of Clown Ensemble here.
Yeah.
I feel like they had this aggression last game, but they weren't able to coordinate it like they are doing right now.
Yeah,
Because,
this
I mean,
is
we're seeing players go down, but they're consistently coming back in, and the
yeah.
T-Tech doing a really good job with those strikes, just continuing to put up pressure, and 3 down on the side of Mofu-san. That's going to probably be enough to get them through all those penalty points and hopefully start scoring points again, Octanoic.
Yeah, I think it's gonna go well. Let's see what. This is like I don't know what to say. I think that Wolfsand obviously has been able to do well, but the way that Council have just been able to, even when they were 3 down, they were able to like push that back into a good space. Now, unless something amazing happens from the Elite, possibly.
Ooh,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, wait, that was a miracle that you're talking about, getting that wipe out.
Yeah.
Wow, that E-leader coming huge in clutch, getting that wipe out,
Yeah.
letting them come into the zone there, saving them for another day and getting these points down. I mean, players are back in Octanoic. They have 2 specials online on the side of Clown Ensemble, already popping it, but 2 players down again, it's pretty even. This might be the chance, but unfortunately, no, it's just one
Yeah.
player jumping in right now, being forced
Yeah, that
to.
stamp was really good because now they haven't got really good opportunities from mid now, but
Yeah, that Tri-Slosher who jumped in, though, looks like they are causing a bit of chaos over there.
yeah.
What looks like 3 players being able to go back to their side, or maybe possibly getting a Shark, letting them have control of that zone again, Octanoic. This
Yeah.
could be a potential lead shift change with how staggered the players are, and one player going down, but the strikes.
Yeah, the strikes have really put in a lot of work. Fantech player putting a lot of work. This is just amazing coordination, to be honest, from everyone. Like when you're in a match, and it's a really important game. This is the coordination that you really want to see, and it's happening for them. And I think that this is but this is really close, obviously, because Cloud and Samba do have the points lead, but it's consistently going in a loop of points lead into lost control. So maybe this could be the point where Moffustan get to use the disadvantage they have, use the slight paint advantage they have. But it is looking like it's going into overtime, so we'll have to see if they're able to hold all the way to get down to 5 points.
Yeah, fights happening in mid
It doesn't
right
look
now.
like it's happening.
This will probably get the zone, but it does not, and they get the cap again. They
get the
already
cap.
have the points going down.
But
Oh my god!
that was something.
Oh, that was so close! Oh my gosh! I don't think that
Yeah.
overtime was good for my heart, Octanoic.
Yeah, that was something. You know, it's like But then you could see that. That's what I said about this map. Even though you can get Elis to force a choke, just there's so many different routes that you can take as an attacker. That even if maybe you get them an Elis to hold one of the points, if you want the maximum output, like it's not really possible unless you get like good flick shots and such. So you see that the Elite was able to do crucial moments, but the conversion from that, while good, it wasn't consistent enough to like keep point for long enough to get even down to maybe 20 points. But it was a really good game from both sides, and I believe we're now in game 3. So let's see.
Yeah, I think Clown Ensemble found a way to keep up that pressure that we would expect to see from a backlist comp like that. I honestly, if if they did not get that one really big push down in points all the way down to 6, that probably would have been a lot more even of a game, because I felt like Mofusand found their momentum as the game went on. But I mean, that's how these
Yeah,
games come down to. Sometimes it comes down to just one big push or one moment that just really defines it.
yeah, it's like it's- I, I feel like you said everything I wanted to say. It's like, yeah,
Yeah, well, what do you think about Zones Ramen, our game 3 map here? We were talking about how exciting it would be to have a game 3, and we have luckily gotten that. What do you think of the 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 kind of flow that we've been talking about, the backlist versus the extremely back e-leader comp? How do you think this game will go, considering the differences between those two comps?
I feel like with this map, it's a it's a fair bit different because obviously there is the big choke point of the ramps, but it's just such a it's so much wider compared to previous maps.
Hmm.
So that so there's a lot of opportunities for attackers to go, which completely bypass the elite of from Officer's side. But even then,
Yeah.
I guess we'll
I'm
see.
kind of thinking, I'm kind of thinking about that AoE with the wall, but oh my gosh, we're getting a little bit of a mix-up here, Octanoic. We're getting that bow on the side of Clown Ensemble. Not something we've seen before from them in this set.
This is looking pretty interesting.
Yeah, well, right now, pretty even. 2 players down, though, so
Yeah,
looks like this first cap is going to Mofusan, as they have
yeah,
that fight down in the corner, but unfortunately, they do lose Tri-Stringer popping those whale, but does get sniped by that all-seeing eye of the E-leader hanging out over there,
yeah.
getting another snipe, as it's just that a Dread player left alive in mid being forced to back up, but does have that crab for a hold, Octanoic.
Yeah, this is just looking like the elite player is being the main difference here, but you can see it's so wide that it's much easier for the attackers just to go along the side and completely like disregard the Elita. But even then, the Elite are doing really well just to force that different method, and maybe we can see Mofusan use that to their advantage. But now we've got the Elite in mid, possibly trying to pressure further.
Yeah, I feel like also that Octobrush down in the pit over there causing a bit of chaos, so we saw that one suction bomb kill that they got coming up, hoping to get a play, does get one,
Yeah,
hoping that E-leader gets another coming in. They
yeah,
don't have much backup right now, but this could be really good for just causing some mischief while the rest of
yeah,
their team comes in with that crab ready, Octanoic.
yeah. That's pretty good distraction. Yeah, and now they pop the crab, which is really useful. But see, they're in a kind of bad situation right now. Yeah, it was a
Oh, what a
one v
snipe!
three, but yeah, amazing snipe from the Elite. And that's cool. It's just able to provide that little bit of movement advantage to Morphosand. And we can see that he just had to flee because of the Octobrush causing as much disruption as possible. But
Oh, yeah.
that wipeout in Summer's favor is really useful for them now, obviously, because they've got the points disadvantage slightly. But this would really allow them to cap point. Let's see what they. Yeah. And the attempt to
Yeah.
use a special was. The Inkjet was really useful, but they just couldn't keep up with and couldn't get everyone.
Yeah, looks like this is the opportunity that they needed, as points are still taken down. And wow, they are pushed all the way up, Oknoke, and they have 10 points left.
Yeah,
And we haven't even left the spawn area yet. This is
yeah,
looking really bad, as we are going into an overtime situation. And looks like the game is done for us, going in favor of Clown Ensemble here, Octanoic.
yeah. You could see compared to game one, Constant just had the synergy back. They had everything back, and now they were able to use it to advantage. Obviously, initially, but and I think the main difference was really the Octobrush player just able to like cancel out the Elita. I think because
Hmm.
there was a really good spot, where where obviously the Elite was trying to get kills but couldn't because they had the Oxo Rushers pressuring them away from mid or point, and then from there, I think the strategy might have just been to focus on the Elite because they were causing the most havoc in the previous games. And so
Yeah,
they
I
wanted to use
mean,
that, and they won. So yeah, with zones, I feel with zone maps, elite just any decent long range weapon is really the difference sometimes if you don't mitigate for it, if you don't develop strategies to deal with it.
mhm.
And
I mean,
obviously,
I think it's really smart to just kind of identify what's a big problem for you in a
yeah,
set and focus that, especially with a backless comp. Something with a lot of range isn't very fun to
mm,
play into.
yeah,
Um, and I would have loved to see more of that bow in that game. I mean, it was a bit of a surprise pick for both of us, I feel like, unless
yeah,
you have a little bit more, you were a little bit locked in on that. You were a little bit locked in on that shift.
nah, I didn't
But
expect it. But
yeah.
I feel like I feel like it was just a good opportunity for them to be able to manage the situation perfectly. But now we're going on to our next match. Greed Island versus Eclipse. This is, I believe, off.
Yeah, that will
Yeah,
be
Darren.
our next set coming up. We will be taking a real quick break right now, so stay tuned for the new games coming up. Hello everybody, welcome back to Triton-Cup. We are here with Greed Island versus Eclipse, a set that I'm personally really excited for as I recognize players on both of these teams, so I know we're going to be in for a really good set. Currently, you're going to have to deal with just me, because right now, Octanoic, my co-commentator, is having to deal with something. They will be back shortly, so you're stuck with me for the moment. How unfortunate. But we are looking at a really good set here. Seed 8, Greed Island versus Seed 9, Eclipse. So, should be something really close. Hopefully something really good here. I'd love to see some good games with these maps too. Umami zones, let me make sure I say it correctly, barnacle zones, and mahi zones. And I believe my co-commentator is back. Welcome back, Octanoic. Are you ready for these sets?
Yeah, just looking at the map now, they look pretty good. Hopefully, the Eclipse is obviously pretty well known, I believe. So you'll see, it's like, and hope the maps obviously they look like they're gonna be able to go good challenge. I think it's the same concept with the backliners, but let's see what the team clubs they've brought are.
Yeah, I do see someone had a 5-star E-leader, but we're not saying that. We're saying the trusty, always reliable pencil. And I want to just mention, we're seeing 3 shooters on one side and then a team with 0 shooters. That's a very weird mix-up that we don't see very much, Octanoic.
Yeah. They're both going for pencil rather than meter, but obviously pencil's still able to give similar opportunity with choke points, but just a bit closer to the mid.
Yeah, looks like first cap is going to Eclipse. Pushing all the way up. That dome area is so good to be on, especially if you have a bubble ready, which they already have one, but what's another bubble to set up in someone's base pushed all the way up as points are just ticking down? Looks like this is going to be a really good hold for them as they're cooler than they got all those specials up Octanoic.
Yeah. They just special just been able to provide a lot of pressure, and now of course readding the cap point, but it does look like it's gonna be back. I was gonna say back in favor, but never mind, looking like only the Tensor Brothers have been able to really provide good opportunities.
Yeah, no.
But they're being pushed back now, so Eclipse is able to cap point again. Greed Island just been pushed back into spawn, one of them being forced to jump out. Through the pencil now.
Yeah, looks like they're not able to really get a good hold here on the side of Greed Island. Really being put on the back foot here with that bubble being put up in that ramp area as points are now starting to tick down on the side of Eclipse. Getting a little bit dire, but 2 players down, Octanoic, a wipeout. Easy work to get back into zone,
Yeah.
Yeah, pushing all the way up here, though. Love that Kraken all the way up in their base, though. Getting 1 pick, putting down all that pressure. Another one goes down from the teammate. Really love the pressure that Greed Island is putting up here, Octanoic, because, they need it to get back into this game,
Yeah, I think this is really coming off Greed Island now. They've just been able to they're pushing them back, and it's consistent back and forth. But obviously Greed Island they're doing really well with the push now. I think they can gain point lead. But Sniper Racer really good too, 2K, and now we've got just a battle. I think, yeah, one Cap's point, 1 point, other Cap's the other point, and it's just going in the sort of cycle for now. But I think it is currently in Green Island's favor with personal advantage.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and now
that's
they've got
gonna
the
be the
wipeout.
trick.
That's a massive. I think this
Yeah,
is all said and done unless something amazing happens, you know?
something crazy. You know, you can never bet that
The
out.
killer whale,
The
booyah,
bomb is
okay.
going to do the trick into the
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah. But yeah, that booyah bomb and killer whale really just cemented it.
Yeah, really good stuff from both teams. Greed Island felt like they really got their momentum as the game went on, because, I mean, the beginning of that game was a little bit rough for them, Oknowick.
Yeah, that was a bit of a inconvenient start, but just getting pushed forward and forward by Eclipse, but obviously they were able to negate that, get it back to somewhere neutral, and then they were able to start their own push into the spawn using all the specials they could, which really worked in their favor because it just forced them to either back out or try and go all in. And
Yeah.
both are bad situations. Obviously, going all in being worse because you just get killed sometimes unless you're like amazing and you just get them all somehow. But from experience, that normally does not happen.
Yeah, at this level of play, you generally can't just rely on that. You have to think a little bit more, try a little bit harder.
Yeah, it's coordinate everything, and that's I think the big difference from people who like I think at lower levels it's like you start. I think synergy is obviously thought of, but obviously everyone's got more experience solo queuing, so everyone just plays at their solo queue while they're like consistent coming, like saying one and like knowing your comms. To be honest, I have forgotten a fair few of the callouts, but I feel like at this level, being able to say like even if maybe just consistent comms, like maybe one left spawn, stuff like that, just regardless of map. I feel like if you've got that on lock, I feel like your team is already fairly ahead. I feel like maybe one of the lower does. I think that just doing that consistently, then slowly changing up to map-specific callouts, I feel you can go pretty far just based on that alone. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, knowing what's going on is definitely going to help you get the one-up on your opponent, because those tricky flanks, those slippery sharks will always be a little bit of a problem, but if you know what you're dealing with, then it's a little bit less. I do see a mix-up with that Luna Blaster on the side of Greed Island, so we do have a little bit of AoE now instead of all those shooters, but I want to just notice the really short range on the side of Greed Island versus a lot of mid lines on the side of Eclipse as they get the first cap here, but never mind, looks like they're going to struggle a little bit, and this next cap will go in favor of Greed Island, Oknowick.
Yeah, that was a good try for cap, but I don't think it led to much. Obviously now they're being pushed back all the way to spawn. I think maybe this 96 could do something. It's 96. It's 96 or 52, I can never tell, but this is 52.
52, yes.
Yeah, and that 52 is just able to, it's just able to provide just a lot more pressure. Obviously, easy two-hit weapon, but that was a really good Trizuka. Now it's 4v2, and there, Clips are able to cap point again. Give Greed a penalty, but I think as it is, it's going really close. But I think right now, like if Clip's just able to hold the paint advantage and hold the chokes, I feel like this is going in their favor. But Greed Island cap point again, forcing everyone to run back, and this is unified now though, so maybe that was a com. And you can see now, 52 is gone, which is obviously a bit of a disadvantage. But because they were really slower, just able to push in. What do you think, Marie?
Yeah, that Luna Blaster coming in though, so doing the job of what the 52 was doing earlier, kind of disrupting a little bit, giving some more time for people to spawn back in. But yeah, like you said, looks like this is going to be the chance for Eclipse to hold with that bubble in the middle. Super strong position there from the Mini, who was unfortunately forced to run around here, do a ring around the rosy as Greed Island perfect
get back on
in and gets that zone, even getting one with that hammer throw. Gotta hate those hammer throws. They are the bane of your existence sometimes.
Yeah. Obviously, Decaf was able to force a sort of trade, obviously, with the 50 not getting killed, but all the trades really do here is just give Greed Island a bit more of an advantage point.
Yeah, one player left alive though, so it's just that Pro being forced to back here. Gives more just points to be taken down though. That's a really strong lead, Octanoic. And I'm not feeling too good about this game for Eclipse right now.
Yeah, I feel like Greed Island, they have lost point a few times, but they've easily been able to get out of being in a disadvantaged state. But yeah, that was an unfortunate situation for the Pro there. But
yeah,
I think they're just gonna have to unify push. I think maybe that 52 looked a bit scary what they were doing for a second, but they're able to help out. Ooh, that was a good fizzy bomb. Yeah, that's not a fizzy bomb.
Oh yeah, and we're getting the lead shift here. Not something I was expecting. Super good hold. They need to get this cap, but oh my gosh, we're in knockout territory right now.
Yeah, I think this is looking forward to be an opportunity for Eclipse, possibly, but yeah. So now we're at game 3 once again, but this is looking very... It's pretty close now, honestly.
Yeah.
This game was really consistent back and forth of I push, you push, and then from there you just sit away. But now, obviously, we're at game 3. The beautiful Mahi Mahi Resort.
Yes, the map that we all know and love.
Yeah. I'll never forget on release, everyone's like, "Oh, I hate this map. It was." Yeah, I think it was actually the perfect example of what the devs were trying to do, like make it a lot more different, maps a lot more narrower. Which I think it's a bit shaky because I feel like it would have been alright in like maybe a different sort of game where you haven't got like the opportunity of like where there's not so many weapons classes, you know, where you've got one. Like I think maybe work similar and different to the original map philosophy. But I feel like in a game like this, you do really want those opportunities because just for balancing sake, you know, if you're in like a tight alley and you've got a blaster in front of you and you're a shooter, you're not going to win that.
Oh yeah.
So it's like I feel like the original sort of map philosophy was obviously very different to 1 and 2, but they have obviously rectified it a fair bit, and we can just see how that's going to apply here. Let's see if maybe they'll be. Maybe they'll keep the comps the same. Maybe they'll be different. Who knows? But this is looking like it's going to be a really close game between Greed Island and Eclipse.
Yeah, I love the adjustment that Eclipse had in that game 2 position because I mean they're really on the back foot. I was doubting, but I noticed that as soon as I started doubting, that is when they immediately started making the comeback. So commentators curse, whatever I say will always be wrong. But as we get into this game, I want to know that amount of range on the side of Eclipse. How do you think that might change the tide of this game here as we have these really long pathways with a lot of sight lines, Octanoic?
Yeah, Mahi's obviously got... Yeah, the sightline in this map is pretty insane compared to all the other ones, but I feel like this is really looking like a map where the sniper writers can really be the difference. So
yeah.
And yeah, because with this one, it's not really choke points, but it's just the map is so wide that you can easily get a few taps just with the sniper writer, just any sort of mid to long range weapon, without really needing to be directly in the battle, and just obviously that's what you really want to do as a good backline or a mid line. You obviously want to be there for your teammates, but you also want to like kind of pop off, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we got a pretty good down. You were talking about the snipe riders, right as we were having that snipe rider 1v1 on one side.
Yeah.
Coming in, this tent doing a really good job, but unfortunately will get punished by that Luna Blaster as these strikes come out, trying to prevent any momentum that Eclipse might have. We're past halfway, and there's only one player left alive. This is looking pretty bad right now. Ooh,
yeah, nearly a wipe. That's basically a wipeout for them now, obviously, because the sniper tossed around all the way to point.
Yeah, they need to get something happening here, which might be
but
it doesn't look likely, Octanoic.
Yeah, but I thought that might have been an opportunity for them because now they've capped point and all of them are together, so this could turn out better than thought before. Obviously now they've got the slight advantage. But
yeah, they'll need to keep the hold on the zone, something that they struggled with doing last game until the very last second. So we know they can do it, but the question is, Octanoic, do you think Greed Island has adjusted enough to be able to deal with the hold as two players have gone down, another one goes down, and they are able to get the zone?
Yeah, Greed Island they've been doing really good unified pushes the entire game really, because even that wipe's not really done much to them apart from maybe cut the points differential a little bit. You know, and even then, as you can see now, maybe that was a good opportunity for the 52, but they're able to kill the sniper rifle, which would have been one of their main woes as they go into the battle. But obviously now they're almost at the point where the penalty is gone and they can just get back to possibly winning, but no more. You can see here, it's gone cap point again, and see they're holding point really well. They've regained paint advantage, so we'll just have to see.
I do think there might be a shark behind them that possibly on that island area there. I'm not 100% certain, but I thought I might have saw this. Ooh, looks like there's a little bit of lag happening right now. Typical per what we see in this game. Yeah, there's the shark coming behind, getting two, letting them back into the zone, ruining the push.
That was an amazing play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goes to show how patient a shark can be really good for you in the game, because, I mean, took out two, immediately gave them chance back into that, where that could have been really bad for the side of Greed Island, Octanoic.
Yeah. Obviously now, this is back and forth, but I feel like Greed Island just had the advantage the entire time, realistically. It's like, obviously they've been pushing back a few times, but both teams are just playing the best they can. It's really close, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either of these teams want to be sent down to losers at this point in time, but, I mean, these are both really good teams, so a fight like this is a fight that they really need to do, but here we go.
52's gone.
Down, so
52 gone, really but 52 Luna gone, so the two most attacking are gone. They've got the... let's see.
Yeah, penalty points are out, so this is the chance. This is the moment.
This is their moment.
The strikes.
But ooh, Eclipse taking it back.
And keeping it, too.
Yeah.
This is big. We're going to get into knockout territory.
Yeah. Have they done it? Gosh. Oh, my goodness.
I don't think that was something either of us were expecting to happen that quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, this was a really good match from both sides, because they were just both able to just play that back and forth properly, because every time that they were just able to cap point, they made sure that they got the paint advantage. But maybe sometimes it could have gone a bit better, of course, because if they spotted the shark, the Clips could have maybe gone a bit sooner. But you know, they've won in the end, and Clips go forward in the winners bracket, you know. But we'll see.
Yeah, hopefully we will get to see Greed Island again, as they will have to make that losers bracket run that we were just talking about. But, you know, it's always a possibility. Never count someone out. We will look at losers bracket later after we finish with winners. So, you know, you never know, Octanoic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now we will be going on break before we get to our next set here. Stay tuned. It will be more great stuff, even better than this one.
Welcome back to Triton-Cup, where we have our next match in winners round 3 against Kareda's BW and 6-7 mustard bottles.
the hesitation before saying 6-7, it's built in, you know. I always flinch when I hear the phrase. It's not something I'm ever excited to hear. But I am excited for the set here. Do you recognize either of these teams or players?
No, I the one thing I am scared about is round 1 mincemeat zones.
I was trying not to talk about it. I looked at it and I was like, I'm gonna take a minute because I'm not ready to talk about that yet.
What the fuck? Sorry for my language, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's not something.
That is so unusual. But
yeah.
Let's go into it. Let's see.
Oh, well, it makes sense because I think we have an E-leader coming out, and this is, as everyone knows, This is an insane E-liter map. You can kind of just reach across
This
the
is
whole
elite to
map.
heaven.
This is their paradise. This is their moment,
Yeah.
their time. They've been looking forward to this. And I already see that E-liter set up trying to get a few snipes already, but looks like that Viper is going to be trying their absolute best to poke out that E-liter, keep them at bay, and hopefully get them from a bomb, which they do. Because, I mean, a big weakness of that E-liter scope, Octanoic, is that scope. Limited visibility, kind of hard.
Yeah, but let's see, the advantage is I can get a bit further than your standard elite, and so this might mincemeat. Every little slight range advantage matters, especially as the elite. So obviously they're being able to use it well, but not well enough, obviously, because they're being pressured, so they can't really get as many as they want. But even then, you can see that Mustard Bottles have decided to just not stay on point at all and just focus on painting and getting out so that they don't get snapped by the Eliter.
Yeah, they are going to need to get the zone here soon, which
it does look possible, but yeah, the Eliter got the S-Blast, I believe? No, the Sniper Rifle. So from that, you can see now they've gotten point back, but I think the lead that 6-7 Mustard Balls have gotten is more than enough to just hold on. If they can just hold on a bit further, I think this is going to lead to a good round one for them. But I don't know. It is looking like the elite that we feared isn't doing as much as expected, but they are able to pressure. That was an unlucky jump.
Yeah.
But
ooh,
that was good play. Yeah, they wiped it down. The S-Blast is just able to provide a lot of pressure, force them to stay near point. Yep.
We're talking about good snipes from the E-liter, but we should be talking about good
S-Blast is
snipes
pushing
from
in a
the
shift.
S-Blast.
The S-Blast is putting in a shift.
Yeah. Clocked in at the I'm going to get all of the splats in the world factory, and is having a full day, even overtiming right now, doing awesome, but looks like they are able to get in on the side of Mustard Bottles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far pretty good stuff. Ooh, nice snipe leader there, but I do want to go back to what you're saying. I feel like personally it's just not being enough paint right now to keep up with the ultra paint heavy comp that we have on the side of Mustard Bottles, as it looks like the players of BW is struggling a little bit to get into that zone and paint enough, as just the E-liter is alive here right now.
Yeah, I feel like, what is it? Mustard Bottles are just able to just put out all the paint, and so basically negates the E-liter on the side of Corredas. So, you know, it's like...
Yeah,
it is looking like 6-7 Mustard Bottles are going to win this, but BW have gotten back in and they're using it well.
Yeah, if we learned anything from our last set, it's never over until it's actually over. It's something that it's true in all of Splatoon. But Sniper Raider getting a really good pick there on that sword, preventing them from pushing up soon. And we're getting to about the 50-point mark for Corredas, which is looking a bit good. Puts in that penalty point, provides a little bit extra time for Mustard Bottles to hopefully get in, but still looking like this game's really going in favor of the players on Mustard Bottle. But maybe that snipe getting all the players back will do something for the Octanoic.
Yeah, I feel like for Corredas it's going really well right now. I think they will be able to push it maybe closer, but one good push from Mustard Bottles and it's all possibly just going to crumble now. So we've got barely any time left. It's going to have to be an insane overtime push from them. But what do you think, Marie?
Yeah, I mean, looking really close. Time's ticking down. A little bit nervous to see that angle right there getting stuck. Oh, and we only have a few more points. Penalty was put in. What a close game. There really came down to the wire there, Octanoic.
Yeah, that was a real close push from Caritas, but Musabot was just able to just pull right back in, and Musabot was just able to get the win in round 1.
Yeah, well, we have some exciting maps to look forward to here. We have Barnacle Zones, Umami Zones, Crab Leg Zones, kind of similar to that Mincemeat Peak that we're talking about, where it's a little bit of something that we don't see super often, but really comes in handy for that E-Leader. But you never know. If the E-Leader lost on Mincemeat, the leader can also lose on Crab Leg. But also, likewise, something that everyone has always seen, and we all are used to, and we all know it by heart. Mahi Zones, also a wonderful spot for E-Leader, but, they're gonna have to get that far first to be able to even make it to that Crab Leg game that I was talking about. Carreras would have to pick up a win on their side. So I feel like a fair amount will be riding on these next two games. Of course, the whole set will be riding on this. If Mustard Bottles takes this next win, of course, Carreras will be in a reverse sweep possibility option. So, they can always get that, but a reverse sweep is a lot harder than a one-to-one situation. So, probably not something they want to be in, but here we go. We are going straight into this match here. It's looking like the same things that we've already been seeing. Believe that Decav is new, though, as we had that S-Blast last time instead, so maybe that Decav will be able to put in a little bit extra paint in the place of that S-Blast, because, those blasters do need a lot of paint, and E-Leader comps are known for not having that much paint in comparison. So, what do you think as we are starting off this set, Octanoic? This game, I mean.
I feel like Carreras, as you said, with this map, I feel like it is really, really paint reliant. Because it's such a wide map that you don't get the paint, you don't get the move, you don't get to maneuver, and you just stuck somewhere where this pro is, and you just cooked for a little bit if you don't get the paint. But obviously, as you can see, because Muscle is here, using that paint advantage, being able to just hold on point for as long as they can. Obviously, with Carreras doing a good push, and what I said is out the window. But
yeah, I mean, penalty points are put in place, so it's something that they needed.
Yeah,
hopefully going to get something here, but with 2 down, doesn't look likely.
Yeah, point goes back to Muscle Bottles, but that BO bomb was able to give a good threat, but I don't think it would have been enough. So Carreras does get a point again, even for some short amount of time, as the weapon, what's it called again?
Ooh, nice snipe on that bucket player over there. Pushing them back a little bit, but 2 down, that's not the position you want to be in when you want to get your zone back. But we saw the potential comeback, Octanoic. Really close game at the end there last time. E-Leader doing super good job here. Maybe we can see a similar position here, Octanoic.
Yeah, possibly. I feel like paint advantage is looking pretty good for Muscle Bottles, but who knows? It could go either way right now.
Yeah, right now
looks like Raiders have gotten slight personal advantage with Muscle Bottles bucket dead. With their slot down. But that was unfortunate.
Snipe Rider doing a great job avoiding.
Yeah, that was a really good hold, actually.
Yeah, really nice redirection with that sprinkler, trying to save a little bit and take time for their teammates to come back in. But here is the cooler coming out for the side of Carreras, hopefully giving them the chance to come back into the zone here as they do try to paint up. But points are taken down, and it feels like every 5 seconds, Carreras is kind of just at this disadvantage. But, this could be the time with only 2 players left alive. But as I say that, another person has gone down on the side of Carreras.
Yeah, it is looking a bit grim for Carreras at the moment, but...
Yeah, it's going to definitely come down to this to the wire. I think right now Carreras' main priority is just going to be making sure that they don't go into that knockout territory. Which, when these penalty points are almost out, Octanoic, that's something that you have to be really worried about. But 3 specials up on the side of Carreras doesn't look like it's going to be much of a worry here, Octanoic.
Yeah. Well, obviously, Muscle Bush is able to put in Ink Strikes just to cement it. That was a really good bomb throw from the Swasher, but yeah, we're knockout now. But that was a really close game. But I feel like the one thing Carreras hasn't had is just the paint advantage. You just look at that comp and it's like, and on zones, especially on maps like these, you really do want a slight paint advantage. But I feel like it is just looking like really close. I feel like the sets are close, but I feel like the one edge that Muscle Butters has is just being able to get a massive paint advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those E-liter comps can just really struggle on paint, especially when main painter is just an NZAP. Sword can kind of paint, but I don't think it's really gonna be your best painter or your best bet for putting down those consistent paints. And in a mode like this, where the objective is paint Octanoic, it looks a little rough.
Yeah, I feel like there is still obviously 3 games left. Like there is obviously a good opportunity for Carreras to really get back in the game. But I feel like it is just that the paint advantage is just a bit too much. But maybe they'll change their comp for this match, and we'll see. Maybe they'll swap out maybe they'll swap out the blaster, I believe, for another painting weapon. Because I feel like they've had the plays, they've had the pushes, they've had the coordination, but they just don't have the paint advantage to be able to convert holding zone into a good push. Because you look
Yeah,
at Muscle
definitely.
Bottles and they're just overloading every time they get in. Like you saw Mincemeat, even though maybe they were a bit further away from point, they were just able to use their weapons just to get paint output onto the point. But what do you think?
No, I think you said it really well. That last game, the S-Blast on the side of Carreras did switch to that decav weapon, that sword. So rocking that double sword comp, super huge on aggression, not very huge on paint. So I'm not sure. With a double zones map, I feel like that paint comes in so much more into play because you're gonna have to lay down paint on both sides, so your NZAP can't always be just handling the zone by themselves. You're gonna need someone on both sides getting that paint down. It can be a
Yeah,
little rough, and also for Carreras to even win the set, we're in reverse sweep territory. This is critical moment for them.
but I feel like the end up just has to solo paint, and it's really unfortunate right now. But I feel like we'll just have to see into the next match. Obviously, Mummy Zones is the one of the few maps you can slightly get away with the paint disadvantage. I think, just because of the fact you've got E-liter. But yeah, you can
Yeah,
see
looks like
they've just kept.
oh, yeah. Looking pretty good on both sides. Hopefully they can put down more paint. I know it's the same comp, but sometimes it's a bit of a mind shift change. thinking like I'm gonna focus more on painting than aggression. Sometimes that can do the trick. So hopefully that can do the trick here, as zone is just incandescent, but with the pen player down on the side of mustard bottles, that's gonna look pretty good. Hopefully that can get them in, but no does not look like it's going to do the trick here so far. Still kind of fighting for this zone here. Look, first hold going to mustard bottles. That decaf did get behind, being forced back, as this E-leader is going to have to push up to help with the zone. Kind of what we were talking about earlier with how you're gonna need someone painting that other zone in these double zones comps. And also when you are holding mid and one side of your zone is not even painted, so your points aren't really taken down. Looks like they're still trying to hold here for as long as possible, as this Inzap is just trying to stay alive, but, you know, with a wiper on you and missiles, that's gonna make it pretty difficult to do any of your shenanigans there. And right now, mustard bottles might not have the lead, but they definitely feel like they're controlling the momentum of this battle. Now finally getting the lead, being pushed up pretty far, and two specials are online on the side of Carreras, so hopefully going to get the option to come back in here with that bubble and with that booyah, but strikes coming out from the side of mustard bottles is going to prevent any pushes from happening here. Zone is just inconsistent, but they need to do something here, because the more time they spend here, the more people go down, as two players are going down from the side of Carreras, blading the push to just continue and go on. Points going down continuously, as we're past halfway point, getting close to kind of the fearsome knockout territory that you want to be worried about. Three specials are online from the side of Carreras, so, you know, they have some options here, but does not look like it's going to really be working. 10 points left on the clock, trying to make something happen, trying to coming in, but that pen player doing really good work keeping them back, and that wiper behind is going to seal the deal with just the sword on that zone. It's going to be game over for Carreras. Mustard Bottle takes the set 3-0. What a game we had there. It was very rough for Carreras. I would have loved to see more of an opportunity for them to thrive, but, you know, in a zone situation like this where paint is just so important, it can be so tough to make it work. You can make it work if you get the kills, but it just felt like they couldn't coordinate it enough sometimes. You know, that staggered the players from mustard bottles pushing up. So unfortunately, we will not be seeing that crab leg zones or that mahi zones game. So that will be it for this set. We will be coming up with some really good sets next, as after this set, we will be having winner semis. So this is when it gets tough, when it gets really exciting. I know it's already been exciting, but gets a little bit more exciting. So for the moment, we will be heading on break. Make sure to stay tuned for more exciting sets coming up.
Welcome back to Triton-Cup. We've got our next matchup in, I believe, winners semis. And
there is a little bit of an error there in Octanoke. We are not going to be watching Carreras versus Mustard Bottles. That was our last set. We are actually going to be seeing Heymen and their pigs versus Afterlife. So that's going to be our actual set. And like you said, winner semis. And this will be Seed 2 versus Seed 3. So Octanoic, how are you feeling excited about what hopefully should be a really close set for us?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, I feel like this is as close as you can get to finals, no? You know? Seed 2,
Yeah.
Seed 3. It's like beyond, obviously, on the other bracket you'd have, I believe, the others. Is Seed 1 still in? If they are, obviously, they're going to be on the other side of the bracket, but this is like, one has to go through, of course. So this is the brilliance of seeding, you know? Sometimes you get it right, other cases, you know, but we'll have to see if this is really going to live up to C2 versus C3 as we go into Barnacle and Dime soon, of course.
Yeah, hopefully. And these are players that we see a fair amount in Triton-Cup, actually, both really good sides. So, you know, we can probably get a really good showing here. And I'm just noticing we're seeing that E-Leader. We've seen it so much today, but we're also seeing that Octobrush for the second time today, something that we don't see a ton, already doing some mischief, but unfortunately is getting picked off. Some really exciting comps that we're seeing here, kind of the like old standard meta versus the new potential meta contender in that E-Leader comp. So what do you think right now as Afterlife is getting the first hold right now?
Still, Afterlife, obviously they've got the good opportunity. They're already doing really well now. They've got some of the paint advantage, but now that's gone. I feel like Heyman and the other pigs. I was talking about this, I believe, in the previous matchup, but about how painting output with ED is sometimes poor, but now you've got the Octobrush, really helps out with that. So we can hopefully see a lot more from this. The S-Blast just able to get picks and pressure. Not in this case, but
yeah, points are ticking down really nicely, so already past that halfway point, which is pretty good for them right now as it's just continuing to go. Looks like they have a really strong hold over the snipe area, and when you don't have access to that snipe area, it can be really hard to push into. So looks like this set right now is just going to be going in favor of Heymen, and it's not even going to really be much of a problem as this game's already over, Octanoic.
Yeah, that was quick. But this is just the power of like holding the important spots, holding the choke points. Because you see here, if that spawn was if that snipe was available to Afterlife, I think it could have gone a lot more differently. But you remove that, they're basically forced to be in a small little corridor where they're gonna get killed anyways. Unless something else happens, you know. But this is just
looking really dominant on the side of Heymen. I mean, you're saying like holding those areas really strongly. You know, I mean, Barnacle zones, that can be a really strong lockout map, especially when they got to their snipe, like we were saying. But I mean, this will be counter-pick territory, so Afterlife has the chance to pick a map that's going to work well for them. So what do you think? Because we have all zones maps as an option for us here, so really the possibilities are endless for this.
I mean, I feel like obviously what is the team of the EDs are lost, so they're definitely going to be wanting a map where they can just utilize that, I believe. But you know, could go either way.
Yeah, well, here we are. We have Body Zone, so just like you said, a map that you can really take advantage of with that E-Leader. Could be really good for them here. Kind of thinking about all the options that could go into this. I mean, as commentators, we always want that game 5 situation, yeah? We always
Yeah.
want that. So, we're looking for a good game here.
Yeah. From my side, I would definitely love to be able to have a game 5. If I was in the playing situation and it got to game 5, I would cry. That happened like during multiple times in the last tournament. It's like one of the weeks. It was like 3 game 5s. I wanted to cry.
Oh yeah,
I
no,
wanted to cry.
we've been so lucky. All of our sets have gone to game 3, but I'm sure the
Yeah.
players don't like that as much as we like it.
Yeah.
So,
But let's just hope they have a good game. Let's see.
oh yeah,
Like,
but instant punish on that Octobrush. They were looking out for that, guys. Just shows their awareness as an immediate wipeout on Heyman. So, looks like Afterlife did not come to play with this set right now.
yeah, this is looking like a really good opportunity for Afterlife, but it's looking like that's slowly and slowly slipping away now. So obviously Afterlife got the initial push, but if Heyman are just able to keep on going and keep the stretch open, and keep this map dominance they have obtained, could go back in their favor, but Afterlife just getting the paint, getting your booyah just to make sure.
Yeah, dodging
Heyman
that
having
Octobrush. Very important for them to do there.
but
Looks pretty good
that's
for
an
them.
advantage to Afterlife. Obviously, that Elita may have just reduced that, but still looking a bit close.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're past the halfway point, so this is when stuff gets serious. We're getting a bit hard here, but definitely looks like they're going to be able to get the zone back here as all the players have been pushed back to their spawn, and the last person that wasn't in the spawn just got splatted very nicely by all the members. So looks like this will finally be Heyman's time to hopefully get something good happening here on their side.
Pretty good for them. Feel like Afterlife are just having to get as much pain as they can. Obviously now Heyman have just gotten the wipeout. Wow. But no, Afterlife. Sorry.
That puts a little bit of a damper in the situation now.
Yeah.
Definitely gives them the advantage as this allows them to go through those penalty points and hopefully for them get more of a lead. But I guess the hopefully really depends on who you're asking on this match here, because Heyman would definitely not want this to happen here.
Yeah. This is really looking close, and you can see the map, the paint. It's just looking like it's gonna go to Heyman, but now Afterlife just getting their second push. That's easily fizzled out. Now we've got Heyman just completely able to just dominate over mid, and they're just forcing Afterlife back. But this could go differently now. As you see Afterlife executing an attempted push, already gotten 2 down. S-Blast over Octobrush, and they've gotten point again. That was a really good push from Afterlife. This could be converted easily. Will this have anything to say?
Yeah, there's
let the
not
Octobrush continue.
much penalty on either side here, Octanoic, so
Yeah.
this can really go either way, it feels like, and it's just being constant trades for zone back and forth here. I don't think either team has had a solid hold in a while here.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's consistent back and forth, which obviously, from a viewer's standpoint, from their standpoint, it's amazing. But I feel like they're just really wanting to just get this over with, get it over to be a knockout, as we're seeing Afterlife attempt to do that. And they've been able to get 4v2 advantage, and so unless we see a miracle, it's really looking like it's going to be Afterlife's round 2. But that was a really good try from the Zipcaster, but they immediately got taken out by the Burst Bomb at the end. But I feel like there just wasn't enough time for that. But it's shaping up to be a really, really close match. feel like
Yeah,
both are really similar. This is one of the cases where seeding really has done its job right.
yeah, definitely different from that first game. Because I mean, if you saw that first game and was asked like what that second game would look like, I don't think I would have expected how that game 2 would go. But Heyman immediately has their counter pick choosed already, and we're going to crab leg zones, which will be really good for that E-leader pick that we were talking about.
But obviously now going over to, I believe, crab leg capital, and we're able to just. This is another map. It's one of the newer maps, of course, where it's a lot wider than previous maps, and there's just a lot of good opportunities here. We'll have to see. But I feel like this map, it is going to be much closer. You obviously got the massive walkways above the map, which they can do a lot. You know, they're really good vantage points if you use them right. But if you just get one good opportunity and there's someone above you, just get them. It's just that could really steamroll into something else. But what do you think?
I mean, I completely agree. This can be. I know you're talking about the steamroll. You know, it can be really like that, especially when you have to drop straight into mid and you don't really have much of an option back into your spawn, except through grates, which you know the leader will be watching. So, but I mean, it could also be really close because if you have strikes online, this can be a bit of a hard zone to keep in control. Those strikes will just take that zone immediately from you and you won't have much, but doesn't look like either team has much in terms of the just immediately capping. So they will have to rely on their coordination and their specials rather than any cheese or anything like that to be able to get this zone, as one player already has gone down for the side of Afterlife, and it looks like Heyman is going to be immediately pushing up here, putting down a lot of pressure on Octanoic.
Yeah, Afterlife are just having to just take pressure, and they have been able to use it with Tensor just trying to get in there, but yeah, they've been able to win a few battles now. Yeah, I think Zuka really doing well there. Try Zuka, sorry. But yeah, you can see it's just consistent back and forth now, but Heymen are really getting close to the halfway point, but it's immediately cancelled, of course, Afterlife capping point. And that Pentacle could really be the difference here with them providing a no penalty death.
Yeah, I mean, these games have been so close, and look at just how back and forth this game is. We haven't had a strong hold come out yet. Just trades coming back and forth, but two players are down on the side of Heyman, so could be a really strong hold for them as they do see these jumps coming out. They get one, trying to prevent anyone else, but
unfortunately rolling into the Wavebreaker.
Not focused.
Yeah.
So it does not look like it's going to be much of a hold there, which I don't think is great for them because, I mean, when you get that 2 down.
Yeah. Obviously now the elites are on the side of Heyman, able to provide a little bit of pressure. Obviously now regaining the lead, peaking the lead, should I say. As they reach the halfway point, is once again looking like this is Heyman's game, even if just for a short little moment. As they, but the Octobrush killed, so now they can get back into the match. That Booyah Bomb could be a threat, but it looks like it's got nobody, so yeah, Afterlife just having to use the Booyah Bomb to their advantage, but it's not going as well as one may hope. You know, Heyman at 20 points, but with a 50 penalty, so it is really close now, of course.
Yeah, fighting for their lives here. Neither of these teams want to go down, and I mean the set isn't close to being done yet. We still will have two at least one game after this, so fighting super hard here. That leader just went down on the side of Heyman. That could be huge for us because that pick will prevent any of their momentum going into mid for the moment, because the only range that the side of Heyman has is that S-Blast, who is currently in Booyah. So lead does go to the side of Afterlife. They currently have cap of the zone. This S-Blast trying to push up, trying to do some damage, does get that Junior, which allows them to get that zone back, Octanoic.
Yeah. Hey man, just S-Blast is doing a lot in this match. But I feel like now with the pressure they're applying, it could go either way. Obviously, getting that kill on the other S-Blast, brilliant. But this is just what blasters do, you know? They just go up to the wall and they say, hey, screw you. You just try and go there, but yeah. Good trade from their side, but I feel like it is really not good for Afterlife to get that, for that to be a trade. Obviously now with Heyman almost taking the lead, this is really close to knockout territory.
Oh yeah, and just the Junior on the side of Afterlife, this is 100% assured Heyman's game, so that will be leading them to be an advantage of this set. And Octanoic, we're in a really funny position where they both have won their counter picks, so at some point is going to have to win the other team's counter pick, and it's just a question of who will do it first.
Yeah. I feel like this one, Afterlife, will probably once again go to another kind of map, but maybe they might not. Maybe they'll switch off the Elite, you know, there's a lot of opportunities now just to switch it up.
Is the team with the E-Leader, actually, so that's why they had that Crab Leg pick. Yeah. But, I mean, we've been seeing that E-Leader all day, so I think I might be seeing it in my sleep tonight after all this. Definitely a weapon to watch out for. So maybe they will pick something actually a little bit more hard for E-Leader, which actually you have our counter pick available, Octanoic, which is Zone's Umami, which will be showing up on the screen temporarily. What are your thoughts on this map?
So I think it's alright. I feel like the split zones does make it a bit more like back and forth, you know, because it's like you cap one zone, then you have to cap the other one, then they cap that zone. So from that aspect, like when you're playing it, you really do feel like you're just trying to cap both, and it just doesn't go that way. But it is also one of the maps where everything is centralized, you know. It's like you've only got one route of pushing. There's no real flanks. So there are of course flanks, kind of, but there's no real like proper flank. So it is so I feel like with this one, if you've got a weapon, maybe like something that can like force the choke, maybe like a heavy or just splat lane could really do well in this map, because you're just able to like use it just to force a choke, because they have to either get back or they have to go all in. Just hope that you run out of bullets, but no, run out of charge. But yeah.
I have to think about the pick for Afterlife for this, because I'm sure that they are definitely thinking about that E-Leader Octanoic. And E-Leader can be okay on this map, but, you know, that split zone has to split their attention a little bit. So what do you think on their decision-making behind this? Do you think maybe they're hoping that they can get a little bit more angles on that E-Leader?
I think maybe. But look at it, on this map it is really just the E has to stay maybe in one or two positions, so at least they know the good position for the E-Leader so they can counter around it. But I don't know, I feel like with this map, I feel it might not have been the best counter pick. The E-Leader is able to get a fair few picks. But
yeah, I mean, already two players.
The E-Leader. They have some actually. So
and already, Afterlife is already to a good spot, getting 2 players down. Of course, they are already in back, but that allows them to get the first 25 points off of the counter. That can be really big when you have such a back and forth game like we've been seeing so far from these two teams, Octanoic.
Yeah. It is looking like now Afterlife's gotten a good start. They've gotten the good zone coverage, but as you see, once again, it's a consistent back and forth, you know. They try and cap one zone, but you have to get both, and in this case, if the Octobrush can just to be able to help cap a point. But this is a good zipcaster from them, but I don't think it's going to amount to much.
Yeah, looks like
as a distraction.
Kind of struggling to really find much to go off of, but at the very least they are a distraction nonetheless, so it does disrupt things and disrupt tension for getting back in, especially disrupting that Snuka right there. But Booyah comes out and that bubble. Even though lead switch, this should be going back in favor of Afterlife here, Octanoic.
Yeah, this is looking like an opportunity for Afterlife, but Heyman are doing pretty well now. They have cap point again, but they have lost the paint advantage.
Yeah,
so Afterlife the back foot a little bit in terms of paint advantage and points advantage, but they do obviously have the good chances to do so.
Yeah, this is looking really disastrous. We're kind of getting into a potential knockout situation here, which would spell the end of the winner bracket run for Afterlife. Because, I mean, look at these points. There's only 8 points left on the board. They have
points left, but they have got it. Yeah, this was looking pretty close. And
beautiful pink there from that 10th player coming from behind from that left zone that was unattended. Really good play from Afterlife there.
Yeah, so now it's really looking like Afterlife. They're just able to hold on. You just look at the massive point penalty that Heyman have gotten. You know, it's really just a good shot for Afterlife to really just hold on, make sure they get the picks, make sure they hold them, and it can easily convert to a win. But Heyman, they can do the same to Afterlife, you know? They can focus on paint, they can just get the choke point, because obviously now you see they're just using the... I'm so silly. Well, they're just using the junior.
They might lose the lead here on the side of Heyman.
Yeah,
they do.
Heyman's lost the lead, so this... But, yeah, this is looking like it's going to go to Game 5.
Which, yeah, we're getting a Game 5 situation. I mean, we brought it into existence. We said it at the start of the match, how much we loved this opportunity. And we're getting it. It looks... But, I mean, it goes back to what I was talking about earlier. Like, they're just trading counter picks. If we keep with this, then Heyman is just going to win their counter pick. And Afterlife is a little bit on the back foot, having to... try to win on Heyman's counter pick now.
Yeah.
But yeah, what potential options do you think we might see from Heyman? Do you think we'll see the return of that E-leader here? Because we did see the switch up onto that pen.
I think it could be possible. I think it would be really useful now, because obviously they've got the opportunity to pick a map that would basically just let the leader just do E-leader things and just force him back into a corner. But on the inverse side, you know, you can easily go maybe change it up a little bit, make Heyman think of something else, and Heyman do the counter, sorry, make Afterlife think of something else entirely, change up what they're planning to do. But
yeah, well,
it's gonna be.
We do have our counter pickup, and I do think my question of will they go back to E-leader is answered, because we are going to go to a bit of a infamous E-leader map, Brine Water Zones here. Yeah. So this will be really good for Heyman, and really bad for Afterlife.
Yeah, maybe Afterlife might pick up a leader. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a E-leader battle, but who knows? You know.
You never know.
One of those weapons, but then again, E-leader is one of those weapons where if you have a player who knows how to play, you probably start them with E-leader, you know. But maybe they're just keeping in the pocket, you know, just in case. But we'll have to see, you know. This is winning semis, you know. This is one of the most important matches, of course, because after this, if you win this, you've only got 2 more matches, and then you might have gone on win the whole thing, you know.
Yeah, and also, this will kind of guarantee you a better place. Just winning this will guarantee you a better placing in losers bracket if you do go down. Because, I mean, if you lose in winners finals, you'll be going down to losers finals rather than having to fight your way up through losers semis. So I think both teams will want to win, and you know what? They bamboozled me. They're messing with my head. There's no E-leader here.
Yeah. Where's the E-leader? Where'd it go? But you can see from the start, S Plus has gone from Afterlife's side. Yeah. So I guess they really just said, nah, no E-leader. British gentlemen to no E-leader maybe. But, you know, maybe just to make the last match fun. Too much E-leader. But it is looking like Afterlife are just getting like put on the choke. Just forced through, you know, that Sniper Writer just doing its thing from Heyman's side, just getting the massive advantage up. But
yeah, Sniper Writer doing an amazing job. I just want to highlight that gal trying to force the lone Sniper Writer and still getting sniped, doing a great job allowing them to keep having this hold here. Without them, I don't think they'd be in this position, as we are past the halfway mark, Octanoic. And
yeah, this is looking really like a steamroll, but you know, it's looking like I might be wrong. Yep. But you see now, even though they've lost that, they've still got the advantage of the people. They've still got the they've got the point advantage even with the penalty. So it's unfortunate that was. But you can just see here how they're forcing push from Afterlife side off. They're just pushing, forcing it, see. But even then, I feel like Heyman's Sniper Writer is doing good things when they have the chance to. So you can see here, they're just trying to paint cap. They've capped it, and this could lead to something else. That killer whale really good at forcing it.
Like Heyman's game right now definitely feels like they're just in control of this, but
yeah,
you know, you can never count out Afterlife. They've been doing a really good job this whole set, and there's 3 players down and just that crab player alive, who's not popping crab actually.
Yeah, then again, I do understand why you wouldn't. In that case, you know, you're just asking to get killed at that point if you solo pop.
Oh, absolutely.
But you know, you never want a panic special.
Yeah, they're able to save it for a play with their teammates. This just feels very frantic. I think both of these teams are very anxious to win this set because in a Game 5 situation like this, you have to imagine both teams and all of their players are just really nervous, and especially for Afterlife.
And neither wants to lose, you know, so it's like you're just really praying, okay, we need to play our best, we need to play best, but then you play like you're trying to do your best and maybe you don't, but you know, it's like it does look like Heyman are just able to put the pressure up, push forward. So yeah.
A wipeout to seal the deal, and that is it for the semis set in winner's side. Heyman is going to be taking this set with a 3-1 victory, Octanoic. What a set this was for us.
Yeah, amazing set, you know, it's like, you know, sets like this where we've been getting really good sets this block actually, haven't we? Just from the start to the end. We've gotten multiple game 3s, a game 5, and hopefully this goes on to finals, and both winners, grands, losers. So we just get a lot of good gameplay.
Yeah, after this we will be going to winners finals with Usagi Fan Club versus Heyman, teams that we just saw. But unfortunately, we will have to be passing that off to our next commentators. So before we go, Octanoic, where can the lovely people at home find you?
They can find me on Twitter as Octanoic, Blue Sky, roughly the same. I believe it's the same, and that's it really. But yeah,
well,
it's really nice to commentate for you guys, and hopefully you guys get to see even more amazing matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can find me on either Blue Sky or Twitter, the Forbidden app, the duetted app, with Mari Time, 2 eyes after that first R. I'd always love to see anyone. Please reach out if you like. I love this community, and we've had so much fun commentating these awesome sets. Big thank you to our streamer CKK for giving us these sets and letting us have this stream going on for you guys. So stay tuned. We will have a lot good stuff coming up soon.
Hello. Oh, you go.
I was going to say hello, everyone, and welcome back to Triton-Cup. We are in our winners finals right now. It's going to determine who's going to be going down to the losers bracket. We have Hey Man, and they are pigs, and Usagi Fan Club on the mic. It is I, Mad Gamer II, joined by the one and only Pat. How are you doing today, my friend?
I am doing wonderfully, I'm mad, and yeah, I'm always glad to watch some more Splat Zones action. And of course, it's Triton-Cup, we get zones, and we're going to start our block, Maddie, with winners bracket finals. Our top 2 seeds are here to fight for the spot in grand finals.
Oh, heck yeah. Ooh, and we get to start off on a banger of a map on Mahi Zones. They get to play it whether they want to or not. I have to say, this is probably one of my favorite map modes. But tell me a little bit about these two teams. Like, I know that this is kind of the catch-all for a lot of backlines, but like, what should we expect from these two teams?
I mean, they're top level player. I mean, high level players that may pick up. Usagi Fan Club is a pickup name that I've seen a lot in recent days, and they come to win tournaments, and yeah, pay attention to them. But let's get in the game already. They are fighting, and it's going to be, I believe that's the Usagi Fan Club that's going to take control.
I just want to point out we got Mr. I missed, was like Mr. Hero Senior, or no, Mr. Phil Senior, and then we got Mr. Phil Half on the opposite team. So Junior versus Senior, I'm assuming, fighting it off in this finals here. But like you said, I'm guessing like Usagi Fan Club taking the first zone control, and they have a pretty dominant control. Get it down to 50 already.
Yeah, right now, and that's a nice take of control. Oh, Usagi Fan Club is in blue actually, and they're taking control of the zone right there. 52 as an opening push is okay, but they could extend that 2 down on Usagi.
Oh, they're gonna be taking it right back. Like even with Heyman Usagi Fan Club in control, is like they were pushed out pretty consistently right there. It's like there wasn't really too many specials. They just didn't have the numbers advantage to kind of keep that. And so now they're on the back foot as Heyman are just knocking on their door. Whales are going to be taking out the pencil. Huge pick for their hold here.
Yeah, and Amen are done with their penalty right now. The Kraken is deployed though. It's going to get an easy splat on the super jump. Can the rest of the team follow though? Wait, no, the rest of the team was not able to capture the zone, and all of Heyman respawned in time. Usagi Fan Club cannot catch a break, buddy.
As my son would say, the Kraken is really good at taking out players, really good at opening up, but it doesn't pay too well. And so left alone out there without any backup, it just didn't have a whole lot of follow-up. And so they're going to take the zone here and getting a nice 2 down. So this could potentially be kind of that hole that they're looking for. But with the pencil still alive and kicking and Cooler deployed, like they still got a in.
Yeah, it is certainly not over. Heyman are already surrounding the zone. Usagi Fan Club are keeping their control for now, but they lost their pencil. Heyman is dancing around, and there's a lot of splat going. Only the 96 to defend for Usagi. They're going to have to concede the zone, I believe. Yep, the splash is enough to paint, and that's going to be a penalty applied.
A pretty hefty penalty at that. Although, hey man, they got it down to 15 and with 30, plus penalty, and they're just picking off Usagi Fan Club left and right. Like this gal is just stuck in the corner, forced to use Kraken just to live. And if they have most of Heyman in the corner here as well, but again, they just don't have the follow-up to kind of keep things going, and now they're going to be stuck in another corner and finally taken down with penalty nearly gone for Heyman.
Yeah, right now, Heyman will concede the zone. It's more important to them to stay around mid. They know how good that could be for them, and that splash right there is going to be splatted though. They are sent back to spawn, and Usagi Fan Club finally able to take some control around the zone, Maddie.
Indeed, and now they kind of got to pull a page out of Heyman's book, just kind of stay in the game, like stay around the area around the zone here. But even so, just continually getting picked off. That's going to be a delay 3 down. This Blaster just really popping off the Wiper, trying to find another pick, but unfortunately also gets shut down. And they did apply another penalty to Heyman, but with like how they've been kind of staggered getting back in. Oh, I take that back. They got 2 members down. Can the Kraken find the third here? They will jump out, but that will give them all the space they need to recap that zone.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club slowly but surely getting back into this game. Last minute though, they need to hold that zone for a bit longer if they want to get the lead. Heyman right now taking their time. They know they can simply hold strong and they'll have an opportunity to paint the zone, but that opportunity is not yet too down on Heyman. Usagi Fan Club, they're making the comeback. Oh no, never mind.
Instant cap right there. I feel like that's been kind of their weaknesses. Like as soon as that Heyman pop their specials, they just several members go down. But now we're going to be seeing the reverse happen here. Usagi Fan Club managing to hold on. Flip the zone again. We've seen that zone flip twice in the past like 5 seconds here. It's just a scrappy one-on-one battle in all corners of this map right now. But we're down to 15 seconds, and with 2 members down from Usagi Fan Club, Heyman are in a really solid position if they're able to continue this up. But Ken is going to flip back into Usagi Fan Club's flavor.
Usagi Fan Club will get an overtime. They can't manage to stay on the platform, but they have a lot of blue around the zone, and Heyman needs to wait for their specials to push forward right now. No penalty. This could be very tight, Maddie.
Oh, this 96 is doing all they can to stay in it. 2 seconds. Oh my gosh, 1 point away from the lead. They just got to hold on for dear life here. But no, the death on the zone will flip it at the last second. Heyman managing to hold on to that 1 point lead by the skin of their teeth at the end there.
Yeah. Very close game. Number 1. That's how you like to start a winner's bracket finals. 2 teams that are fired up and ready to show us the best Splatoon.
Yes, indeed. And now we are going to be, I assume, getting into the counter picks as well. So this is going to be Usagi's Fan Club a chance to kind of like turn it in their favor. The first match, it could go either way. This could be, it seemed in Heyman's favor for the first half, but then at some point through that, Usagi Fan Club kind of figured out their game a bit to bring it back in overtime. But like what is the creme de la creme for them? What do they want to bring in that's going to give them a really solid advantage against Heyman?
Yeah, as you said, that's what's likely to decide everything. The team that's able to figure it out, the team that's able to adapt. Right now, Heyman just got game number 1. That's 1 point, that's big for them. But Usagi Fan Club is learning. Usagi Fan Club was playing very differently at the end of this game than they were at the start. So now we are going on Hagglefish Market. And another very classic map, another very well-known quantity. And Usagi Fan Club, I mean, they're ready to play on it.
Honestly, I see the vision here. And looking at Mahi, and they really did just have trouble. Like anytime like the pencil of the Rapid kind of pushed up, they didn't have the range to kind of contest it with so much like open space. We saw the 96 on several occasions, just like they were dancing back and forth across the map, just trying to stay alive. Throw a crab on top of that, it really just shut them down pretty hard. But here, you do have a lot more cover to work with, a lot more narrow of a map. So if they're able to get that early advantage, like that gives them a lot more spaces for them to set up, a lot more good defensive positions to hold.
Yeah, lots of possibilities. And yeah, this is the kind of map that opens things, and I feel like Kraken not necessarily the strongest here, because there are steps, because you really need paint around the zone, but we'll see how these 2 teams play, how they adapt. I see a Rapid Pro Deco on the side of Heyman, and meanwhile it's a Wiper coming for Usagi.
Yes, indeed. As I saw with the 2 comps, the Usagi Fan Club has been more aggressive, more agile with kind of their shorter range comp, and here they're trying to really dig into that. Like they're already on both sides of the map, just trying to like chip at them from the sides, like divert their attention, keep them like not at their extended range. Kraken's gonna be coming out looking for that crab, just not happy with their performance from the last match, getting potentially 2 but they managed to live. The pencil was going to call them out, but like that was still a good diversion for them to get that first zone pick cap.
I stand corrected. I dissed the Kraken. I was wrong. That was a good move right there. Usagi Fan Club still holding the zone. Heyman are fighting to get back in there, but here comes the hammer to stop them before they can paint. Usagi has the counter to everything Heyman is doing right now.
I say Heyman with... They do manage to cap that zone, but sheerly from force of pain. Like, they still have quite a bit of ways to get that lead back. And with their 52 going down, and the Wiper going for the pencil. The pencil comes on top. The nice flick of the wrist right there. And potentially going into a fight with a Mini in their own bubble. But that Mini is going to be taking down 2 members of Heymen. And while they still have the zone, like, that is going to really put a dent in their defenses. And now Mr. Phil is on the way with that Kraken to finish things off.
Yeah, I believe that's Mr. P, not Mr. Phil. That's what Triton, actually, at least. Here we go, and Heyman. Right now, they were able to apply penalty, but they get slaughtered to the side, as Usagi Fan Club very much are in control of this map, Maddie. Heyman waiting for their opportunity, as Usagi Fan Club are slowly chipping at their penalty with another bubbler on the map.
I feel like, oh my gosh, that's a huge splat right there. Like, 3 players down, and they haven't even come close to having that zone. So they're going to be out of penalty here, and pushing in with the Kraken. The Pencil going to take on Pencil here. They are so deep into that base, Pat. Like, this is going to be a tough one. They're going to have to pull a Hail Mary just to get to the zone, but there's so many players in their base. Can they make it in time? We got 10 points remaining. They're going to be launching out, but one goes down on zone. 3 players go down, and they cap it right at the 4-point mark. Just barely able to stay in this game.
Heyman keeping themselves in the game, but now they have their work cut out for them. They need a KO if they want to win this, pretty much. As Usagi Fan Club has a lot of control and a lot of ways to get in between the Kraken and the Hammer. And here comes the Kraken to open things up already, forcing Heyman to move aside.
I would say, like, these 2 comps are like the ultimate, I said, unstoppable force versus an unmovable object. Like, the Usagi Fan Club, between the Kraken and the Hammer, they're, like, able to break through, just, like, force their way through zone, through the enemy defenses, versus Heyman, like, between the double backline and the Crabs, like, their whole goal is to keep as much space as possible for as long as they can. But just, so far in this game, it has not worked quite as effectively as they wanted to. They've just been falling to, again, that Hammer and that Kraken just open things up whether they want to or not.
Yeah, right now, Usagi Fan Club retook the zone. They know all they need to do right now is retake the zone every once in a while. That could be a victory for them. Heyman losing 2 players in that push. They're going to have to concede the zone. They're going to have to move back. It's only that Splash that's left standing, and they're able to jump away. They need to save that Crab for the counter push.
And just, so far, just they have not been able to... If they don't manage to take down a couple players, they don't have like that opening that they're really looking for. But speaking of Crab, here comes the counter push. Couple points left. They gotta just go for the zone, but the Kraken's gonna be taking 2 down.
That's it.
Just the pencil remaining, and that's gonna be game with Usagi Fan Club taking game 2.
Yeah, I mean, in game 1 we saw Heyman open incredibly strongly, and we saw Usagi Fan Club adapt and learn, and they didn't learn fast enough to get game number 1. But here we see really the results of that learning on Hagglefish Market. They have Heyman figured out, and now it's Heyman's turn to adapt, to change their game. And they're not wasting a split second. They are going to Crab Lake Capital.
I'd say that is probably the best map they could have possibly picked for their comp. Like you said, they were ready. They had that nailed down before they even got out of the lobby there. But between, like, again, we're going to run into the same thing we ran into on mine, just so much open space and so much potential for that space control, and a lot less opportunities for Usagi Fan Club to kind of break through and push up like they did on Hagglefish Market there. So definitely really looking to utilize that range, really utilizing that Crab tank that they had in that they've been running so far. Yeah,
I mean, right now, hey man, they know their strength. They know what they need to do. They have a counter pick advantage. If they can get good counter picks, that's all they need. But Usagi has been playing faster. Usagi has been playing more aggro, and it has been paying off for them. Heyman will need to be very solid if they want to get that victory here.
As like you said, like with Heyman having the counter pick advantage, Usagi Fan Club, if they want to win the set, going to have to win on one of Heyman's counter picks. But that being said, is like, if they may have like one really good counter pick, it's like, oh, this is our ace in the hole. But then like, if they don't have two ace in the holes, and then like you have like that second go around, like you might have another advantage as long as you're able to kind of win your own counter pick.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's a mind game, it's a meta game, and now let's get to the game proper. And
all right,
that extra range could do a lot of damage on this map.
And they're going to be swapping their Rapid Pro to the cooler Rapid Pro, still sticking with the cooler. As they wanted to keep their 52 and their splash. They didn't want to swap in for the Zap here. So I'm curious how they want to pull that out. But already, Heyman just taking 3 members down and just getting in set up for a solid control zone.
Yeah, Heyman able to repeat that explosive opening that they had in game number 1, where they really take control early, take their opponent by surprise. And now it's on Usagi to react, to find a way back, as the gals are facing each other, trying to get some attack. But I think Kraken is stronger than a whale, and that Kraken is going to find its target.
They managed to take one down, but they lost the mini, and now they lost the pencil as well. So they do manage to bring back the mini just to get the bubble out, but it's already shredded. Like we're seeing down to 25 points for Heyman. Now Usagi Fancom do manage to cap the zone. They were able to like live under all that fire, but just the leader has been so oppressive for them that pencil has not had a room to breathe so far.
Yeah, and another Kraken is deployed, but that Kraken is completely isolated. You want the Kraken to be with the rest of the team, as Heyman are going to keep the zone for now and maintain their control as long as that Elita is safely around. Oh well, that is Elita is not safe, but it's able to jump away. Thank you, Tacticular.
Oh my goodness, and the Wavebreaker catches them on the jump out as well. So 3 members down is just the mini remaining, and they are not going to be able to hold on to the zone. 2 members jump in, one of them does go down, and it's been so tough. Like even on that Mahi game, like Usagi Fan Club were able to break back in and have some pretty good holds, but like this is just an absolute lockout so far. Like they've only gotten like a couple points on the board every time they held this, and just even then, like the pencil going down once again, just can't catch a break.
Heyman and their pigs still very much in control, still very much doing everything they need to do. No penalty. The Kraken is deployed. Usagi Fan Club are able to reapply some penalty points there, but they need to hold that zone. They need to paint around and make sure that Heyman cannot go back in. Heyman have been dancing around this map without much problem.
As the 52 just really walked up to the doorstep and took control here. But now we're going to be seeing 2 members down for Heyman here. Last 2 are going to drop and try to break back in, but that is a bubble online, and they're going to pop it right here and just keep them at bay as the rest of the team respawns here. You know, one does eventually jump out, but they were stuck in a corner, and that is going to be a lot of points for Usagi Fan Club. Finally getting themselves a solid lead on the board and potentially taking the lead back from Heyman.
Yeah, I mean, they're close, but Heyman have there to paint. They have a Crab Tank Crab. Paints so much. That's going to be not now, but I mean, we've entered the phase 2 Usagi Fan Club where they are coming back, where they're painting more and more and getting more fights. The pencil challenging the Elita is not going to find the splat, but he's able to get a lot of presence. They're gonna force the Crab Tank. That Crab Tank right there is not able to paint the zone.
No, just between the pencil and the 52, or sorry, the 96 right in front of it, just didn't have the space they wanted to like get the zone. But the leader going to be taking out the pencil is going to remove kind of that backline aspect here. They do manage to jump back in, but that is just enough time they needed to recap the zone and just keep the lead that they're going here.
Yeah, and right there, the Editor is again
Ooh,
in
man.
position, getting another splat in the pencil twice in a row. That is huge right now. Usagi Fan Club, they're out of resources because of that, and they have a trouble pushing in. They don't have time. They need to run forward right now.
It's like 10 points remaining. They gotta do
Oh.
something to retake the zone, but all the
Yeah.
fire coming down on them is not gonna be enough.
Yeah.
Heyman gonna be taking this game 3 here, and I'd say pretty dominantly. I said Usaki Fan Club did bring it back in the later game, but just
Yeah.
for the most part, just they knew exactly what they wanted to do on this map.
Yeah, I mean, and that double snipe on the Lita twice in a row. The Lita snipes the pencil, and then snipes the pencil once again as the pencil respawns. That's such a big blow. You lose all your momentum when you lose your pencil, and right there, Heyman were perfectly able to capitalize off of that, get the 2-1, which means they are now on match point.
You throw off the rhythm like that, then Usaki Fan Club, they're forced to make less than optimal plays, and Heyman were able to capitalize on that right then. They had to dash for the zone, and just all the players were waiting for them to take them down. So now is in Usagi's Fan Club's turn to get the counter pick, and they're taking a little bit extra time to think about it this time.
Yeah, counter pick needs all their thought if they want to go in. And what? Laddie, we're going to Wahoo.
Oh my goodness. Wahoo World? I've never seen the like.
I mean, with their Hammer Kraken combo, Wahoo World is actually a good pick for them. They're going to have the tools to really force their way in, with their unstoppable forces, as you like to call them. And yeah, I mean that's what you need on Wahoo World. So that's a good idea to go there.
And it's definitely not a common pick either. I say I would be surprised if many teams have really practiced on this map, so it is a good kind of curveball to kind of disrupt Heyman's play here. And I'm curious because they specifically picked Crabblade so they could swap to the leader, but so far they've been running Pencil pretty consistently. So I'm curious what they would prefer to run for Wahoo here. I feel like the Pencil would be the comfort pick, just kind of even out their comp a bit, but there is enough space where a leader could be just as deadly.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is honestly a good idea to stick to the leader, especially since the zone is so small. You don't need that much painting power to take it. So keeping the leader would allow them to still outrange that pencil, and as we've seen in the previous game, to punish it very hard. But yeah, they're gonna keep the leader, and as we're going into this next game.
So that alone is going to make things difficult for Usagi Fan Club, just kind of like offset their pencil pick. But they do get the first blood here, taking out the 52, oversending just a little bit. And so that's going to be first zone cap for them as well. I would say the one difference here is like if Heyman, they're on the back foot, it's like the pencil has a little bit more room to kind of set up and get out of the way of the leader. But the 52, that was something they were not expecting here.
And a ball action, beautiful splat by the Wiper right there. Usagi Fan Club not able to get the zone off of that, but I mean, I guess we're still in neutral. We still have that fight for mid, even though Heyman were able to take that zone.
I was curious because they did take down several members of Heyman, but they must have had that crab just ready to go at the right moment, because now they're gonna be in a pretty solid control here. I just realized that Usagi Fan Club, they swapped their 96 to one of the pros, the Frozen Pro, so they're going to be bringing out that Missile Pro here, just to try to offset things. It's interesting that they didn't bring the Kraken back.
Yeah, I mean, that's... The Pro is able to dislodge your opponent to force them out, and right now they're going to need these missiles to push in. There's only 30 ticks left. Usagi Fan Club needs to push forward, and they don't have much time, but they're able to take it. Keeping the zone, but I mean, once again, we see Heyman take control of the zone early, make a lot of points early in the game, and then Usagi Fan Club forced to play catch-up that hasn't worked them for well so far, but Poop, with the pencil, able to punish the leader before the leader finds them. That's the kind of splat you want to get.
I said you can't do a move like that with the leader. Just the fall drop to take them out. Like that was really impressive here. Now the Hammer's going to try to follow up. Does get one, but is going to be shot down by the splash here. Once again, if they're able to get that crap online, that's going to be huge for their opening push. But it's a matter of will they be able to do it before that lead swaps here? Because missiles are now online and the bubbler's right in front of them. Usagi Fan Club just doing a good job of like locking things down and retaking the lead. Now it's just going to be a fight. It's a one-on-one fight.
And 3 down onto Heyman, Usagi Fan Club. Happy with their lead right now. We're in a 2v2 for the zone. Sarah is back on there with that 52 gal, but Usagi Fan Club was also able to respawn. I guess we're going to have another fight for the zone, but with the amount of points at stake right now, that fight is going to be hard. For penalty is applied on Usagi Fan Club. Heyman gets to breathe.
So this 52 has been so aggressive, like just dropping right into the middle zone, dropping into 3 players from Usagi Fan Club and just popping the wall to like be such a huge distraction. They've been able to take down at least 1 or 2 players before they get shut down themselves, but just I feel like that's been enough to just kind of disrupt Usagi Fan Club's kind of momentum here. Like they haven't had such a solid hold like they want to. They've been a good job of like taking out the leader. That has not been as much of an issue for them this game, and I feel like they found kind of the solution to that issue that they had on Crab Leg.
Yeah, and right now we're in another 2v2 to decide the fate of that zone. Everybody fighting left and right, but the blaster was attacked by Usagi Fan Club. Usagi Fan Club, I guess the pro is working pretty well for them.
It's just all the fights that we're seeing down in the carousel, the donut here, just to draw so many resources from the zone area, and just none of these players like are afraid to like get down and dirty down there, and so just all that diversion, all that special output, and just 3 members down here. They just gotta, and they take the last one. That's gonna be a solid victory for Usagi Fan Club.
Yeah, a very solid victory, which means, Maddie, we are going to a game 5.
Winners final game 5 action right here. This been so back and forth, and I feel part of it is like their counter picks, like we said before, like they know exactly what they want to run, and is kind of working out, just drawing out like the weaknesses of each other's comps. But now Usagi Fan Club, like they have to win this next one, and it's going to be Heyman's counter pick, and so like they're going to have to hope that they don't have. Well, I take that back. They were so fast in picking that. They must have had a second ace in the hole.
I guess we're going there. We're going to Umami Runes for game number 5. The score is 2-2, and yeah, I mean, as you said, Heyman, they chose this one pretty quickly, so we can expect them to have a plan for here.
I think it's like, once again, like, is this going to be a leader pick or is this going to be a pencil pick? I feel like it can go either way, because just there's not quite as much open space. Like surely the leader will have like a really good hold regardless once it sets up in mid, but I think just as well like the pencil has enough range to kind of deal with most of the avenues for this map here. You know, especially if you have someone like the Wiper or even like the 96 trying to like just knock on their door like every second of that game. It's like you want a little bit more mobility, a little bit more paint, just kind of keep them out.
A thing to note, that could be a problem for Heyman, is that in order to apply penalty, you need to paint both zones, and you need to go around the map. Heyman, they like to take control early and then paint the zones to reapply penalty. On here, it could be a bit harder to do that.
That is true. And gosh, so they did end up swapping to that pencil, but they're sticking with the Frozen Rapid. They are running double cooler for this.
They want to come back over and over, and given how aggro Sarah is playing right now, that's not that much of a surprise. They are going to need a whole lot of drinks.
Oh, for sure. Just Sarah's been doing a lot of work just to kind of keep them at bay, running in directly at the pencil, wanting to just keep them out. Now that is going to be 2 members of Isagi fan club down, and just once again, like you said, Heyman got that early lead, and they are just running away with it, already down to 30 points.
Yeah, 30 points remaining. Heyman again, their explosive opening. Here comes the answer by Usagi fan club, who are able to get onto the zone. They paint one, they get 2 splats. All they need is a little bit of paint on the second one, and that's it. Penalty is applied. Now Usagi fan club, once again, they need to mount a comeback.
And they're doing a good job of it so far, but their pro is going to be taken out. Bubbler ready to go to be deployed here, and they're going to be opting to like just hold down the fort up top, but just the wiper is going to be taken down, trying to be just as aggressive, trying to get in their face. Just didn't have the momentum the same way that Fizz 52 is here, but the hammer is back, and they do manage to shut down the hammer, but that lose 2 of their own players in the process. So like we're down to 50 points for Usagi fan club, just a couple 10 points away from the lead themselves here, and they had to use like their crab just to get in, and now Heyman are on the back foot.
Yeah, Usagi fan club taking the lead right here and sending more missiles to deny the push in. Beautiful moves by the Frozen Pro. The Frozen Pro is still splatted, but Usagi fan club keeping control of at least one of the zone to deny the penalty. Heyman not able to really go in yet, and Heyman just lost too many players. Usagi fan club are still scoring points. Heyman need to paint, but I don't think they have the means to cap the zones.
Oh my goodness, they got to the point where they just had to rush the zone, and then they didn't have that step-by-step pushback in that they've been exhibiting so far, and that just really played into Usagi fan club's favor, and just enough for like they didn't need to have both zones at any given point. They just needed the one to keep the penalty off them, and that was just enough time for them to get the splats to kind of retake that space and then just push out Heyman, and that will be Usagi fan club taking winners finals and going on to grand finals.
Yeah, beautiful games by Usagi fan club, our first seed of the tournament, but I mean, certainly not an easy winners bracket finals for them. We'll see more of Heyman and their pigs because it's a double elimination tournament, which means we're gonna take a short break and we'll be right back with more on the lower bracket semis.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
And welcome back to Triton-Cup 126. I am Pat here with Maddie. We've had a few issues with one of our players, but that's all solved. So now let's get on with our low bracket semifinals, which is going to be between Horizon and Green Island. Maddie, how are you?
I am doing just fine, ready to get back into Splatoon. It feels like we spent at least an hour on that one set. It was so intense the whole time. So now we have to see which of these teams is going to crawl their way back up and face Usagi Fan Club in Grand Finals.
Yeah, two teams that want to go there, but there's only one spot and there's only 3 games to decide who is going to get that spot. 3 games, it's never enough. A best of 3, it's always too short. Always, I could have done more, but no. You have to go. And we're going to start with one of the fastest maps in the game. That's Macomart.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a lot of close quarters fights going into this one. I think we've had one of these two teams on stream before, but I know we've seen Pencil quite frequently in this top cut. I know that it's been the pick, but I do see a charter badge, a 10-star charter badge. So yes, that's going to be the E-leader coming out.
Nice editor coming here on the side of Horizon. And yeah, the rest of the team is pretty normal comps. I mean, having a roller or a blaster on this map in particular is very much a good idea.
Ooh.
Well,
Just taken straight on out. I think it's also interesting though that with that blaster, it's the custom blaster. They have the splashdown, but then they also have on Green Island. I'm sorry, on Horizon they have the Gold Nautilus, which also has splashdown. Just really, both teams looking for get some good use out of the splashdown, and I feel like with kind of like these edges that they're able to stand up on and take out. Ooh, nice blink on the crab, shutting that down. But that splashdown is able to clear out so much and take it out the blaster as well.
Yeah, in a map like that where you have a hard time navigating sometimes because there's so many walls and elevation everywhere, a splashdown can really end your movement. And oh, very nice move right there by the shot. Who is on the hunt right now? Green Island gets the wipeout. They're gonna get the lead. And now there's a lot of blue all around, and Horizon needs to mount a push.
Yes, indeed. Crab Tank is going to be coming out. Green Island locking down that lead here. Really just keeping them at bay. You get the bubbler there. I think the splashdown was online, but they do lose 2 of their players right there. So while they take the lead, they're going to lose the zone. Prosper on the pencil, opting to jump out, making a safe play here. But now that's when things get scary because that roller is looking for blood. It's just sharking on his right side here.
Yeah. Oh, that's only going to be a trade, though. That roller doesn't get that much. Horizon still fighting to get back onto the zone. I mean, they have the zone, but Green Island is still around here contesting them. Wait, they're not able to paint, I guess. Horizon is so close to the lead. Yes, they're gonna get it, but Green Island with a splashdown are still okay, 2 down, and now Green Island gets it. Right? Come on.
They're finally getting the 3 down. Just the crab remaining able to live back up.
Oh no!
Are we going to be seeing a DC here? I was just about to say, they have the numbers advantage, but then they just had some really bad one-on-one situations. So several of them had to jump out and just gave Horizon kind of the space they needed to keep the zone. But now with the player down, Green Island still holding on. They are so close to getting this lead back here.
Yeah, and right now Green Island took the lead. They're still in control. They're moving in and flat on the splashdown. I mean, the zone is taken, but Green Island is still very much in this game. They need to hold for 2 minutes, but that means they need to get a push now.
This is damn. Oh, but they take out the roller. Is now a 3v3 situation. But then the chart or the. Oh, nice double from Lazuka right there, evening the odds here. All they gotta do is
and then repaint.
they're gonna just apply more penalty, and like
Yeah.
with the lead like that, like that's all they gotta do is they just gotta live long enough to recap the zone and take picks where they can. But like they got members of Horizon all over the place just surrounding
Yeah.
them right now.
There was a big flank by Horizon. Horizon knew they could take their time doing that flank. And now they have control of the whole map. Grid Island are going to have a hard time going in. But I mean, they survived a minute. They need to survive a second one now. As Horizon are done with their penalty and about to get the lead. Yeah, that's looking more and more dire.
Yeah, it was a really good pick from the leader right there. That's gonna the DK has kind of been their opening here, just really being able to contend with, especially the roller there. But now, like they are taking away to KO. They're gonna get 2 members down. I was gonna try to keep the space, but it was just enough. Horizon will take game 1.
That's why you need to make sure you're playing on a wired connection. It's rough, but yeah, that's a rough one.
My goodness, and it you hate to see it, especially with how close it was being right there. Just kind of that one player down was enough to offset the balance there. I feel like it was especially like even in the 3v4, they were hanging on. They were so close to keeping that lead for the remainder of the game. So I feel like that's got to light a fire underneath you going into the next match here. That being said, it is on Umami Ruins, which, we saw the leader on Makamar is going to have a lot more of a good time with the amount of space it has here. But it kind of on the flip side, though, it does leave the roller in a more, I guess, precarious position. Like with Makamar, it had a lot of good places to hide, but now it's going to really have to contend with the Decav's range and then even the splatter shot being able to paint it out. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how if they're going to stick with the same combo or if they're going to kind of adapt for the map here.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like our player is getting back in the lobby. It was just a momentary DC. They still have their internet. But yeah, as you said, we're going to Umami Ruins. A map that we saw earlier in the upper bracket finals, and we see that Eliter coming back. That Eliter has been very dangerous, but also like we know how dangerous Horizon can be overall.
For sure. I think both these teams are going to be sticking with a pretty similar loadout. Still sticking with the splashdown, really looking to clear space out with the splashdown here. But I think the decap going down early is going to kind of offset it for Horizon's favor and taking out the blaster on top of that. 3 members down, and it's going to be a solid control for Horizon as they start pushing up.
Yep. And right now, Horizon opening pretty strong. That Crab Tank is in position right there to force the other team to stop, but Grid Island coming in back very strongly, taking control of top mid and painting the zones as the splashdown on the other side is going to punish their push a little bit, but not enough, as Grid Island, very angry from game number 1, are now in control of the map.
I said the blaster pushing the Nautilus like that, even though they went down, it's like they forced the splashdown pretty early, so that left them with one less resource to take the zone. And with the leader can reach them, but they're so pushed far up that like they're going to be taking away a lot of points. Again, there's so many resources from Horizon used just to get them out of their own base, and even then, they are still taking players down. They are still maintaining that hold here.
Grid Island right now marking more and more, but they lost a lot of players in that movement. Horizon is back on the zones with a bit of pain. They'll apply penalty, and we're back to a fight for mid, Maddie.
We are indeed, and Horizon, like, he did apply some penalty, but Grid Island is still here and still kicking, and with a nice pick from the blaster and then the splashdown to kind of clear things out. It's like they are still on the warpath here, looking to close things out quickly and just like not give them any sort of space to get set up, especially with that backline. Ooh!
That's a nice move. Yeah, they are smiling indeed right now. That blaster is doing the work as the Grid Island are keeping their presence, keeping their control, and the clock is ticking down on the zone right now. as Horizon are simply waiting for a way back in. And ooh, no grab for you!
A good cancel right there. We do have a bubbler in zone, but now the Blaster going after the leader, trying to take out the backline presence
Oh.
here. And just so many of the players of Horizon are spread out. Like, they do manage to cap one zone, but like the fights are just all over the place. Splashdown coming out, taking one more. It is just the roller. They're going to be looking to find some splats, but they can't paint the zone on their own.
Right there, Greed Island penalty was applied on that, but they still got the presence of the Shark from Bravolo, able to get in the bubbler. That is huge right now. Splatty for Horizon is taking back control of the zone, single-handedly pushing all of Greed Island away.
And this is kind of the hole that they were looking for right here. Finally getting some gains on Greed Island here. And the roller going to be sharking, take out the decaf here. Looking for a second one, but unfortunately Guz taken down. But the Blaster also is going to be sniped in this space right here. So with the Crab Tank, they have a lot of good control right here. And slowly take it away, but the leader going down could be huge for them. And a second one from the Zuka. And a third one from the Zuka. Splashdown pop just to keep the space, but it's not going to be enough. Just too many players are out there.
Yeah, that splashdown, as you said, not enough. Greed Island are on there, but they need to apply penalty. They didn't. One zone for each team. Whichever team gets hit. Oh, Horizon gets the zone and the lead going into the last minute. Greed Island losing all of their players. Horizon right now getting back in the game. And I guess that's going to be it. That's going to be game 2 for Horizon, who are going to the lower bracket finals.
Oh my goodness, they fought hard for that one. It seemed for a while that Horizon was having trouble dealing with the trying to get back in and just trying to maintain the space, just because of how quickly and how aggressive all those players were. The decaf and the Blaster just bearing down on them. But I think once they did get the kind of that control that they wanted, that's when it really flipped the tide. It was harder for Greed Island to kind of break back in. They didn't really have the resources. Even with the 3 players down, that one Nautilus was managed to divert attention enough to keep the zone out of their possession.
Yeah, that's very much a nice play. Greed Island played well. Unfortunate what happened to them in game 1, but at the end, Horizon was able to really take that control and that set. We're going to see more of them right after this short break as we're setting up the lobby, so don't go anywhere.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Triton-Cup. We are in our losers finals. This is going to be determine who's going to make their way back up and face Usagi Fan Club in grand finals. We have Heyman and They Are Pigs from the winners finals, knocked down by Usagi Fan Club themselves, and Horizon, who just beat out what was it, Greece? Something or another in the last match, and a very decisive second game there.
Yeah, a very decisive one indeed. But now they have to face the seed 2 of this tournament. That's going to be a different deal altogether. And but at least now we're in a final, which means it is a best of 5 with counterpick between these two teams. And we're going to start with a map that was picked by both of these teams. And of course, it's Barnacle and Dime.
I was gonna say, like, both of these teams are big fans of the E-Leader, and this really does play into both of those, like, those weapon pool strengths. Like, I'd say, if you want to, it's solely by range. Like, Heymen probably have the advantage because they have 2 backlines, but like either way, that leader, the leader on leader action is going to be such a good match to watch. And I'm curious, like how is that going to affect like the rest of their team comps?
I mean, you have to organize around Alita. You know, it has so much range. It has a unique pace to itself. So really, the whole team needs to know how to play around it. But let's get in the game. And I see an Octobrush on the side of Heyman. Meanwhile, Horizon still bring pretty much the same comp that we've seen them play.
Yeah, and first of all, no leader to be seen from Heyman. They are instead going to be picking up the pencil once again. But Sarah, who has been diehard on the 52, is now on the S-Blast and certainly clean things up with it.
Yeah, that S-Blast, very much a dangerous weapon, a powerful weapon, as Heyman is going to take a control early, but they lose their S-Blast. And right now, the fight is still going. Oh, wait, 2 down on Horizon. Heyman still very much in control of that zone. The Roller able to set the bubbler, though. And they get a trade, but they get the jumps.
I say that was a good 3 down off of there. It feels like so far Heyman have kind of taken a page out of Usagi Fan Club's books, like really been a lot more aggressive, not looking to like maintain that kind of space control that they had before. And perhaps like, you know, against another leader like that, it's like you can't really play the space game. So they really have like thrown out the second backline and gone full force aggression here, but it doesn't seem to be going in their favor. Horizon just locking things down on them right now, even with like the Zipcast coming out. Like that crab tank is just going to keep so much space for them right now.
Ooh, and that's 2 down on Heyman. Horizon is keeping the momentum on right now. Beautiful plays by all of the team. Heyman struggling to go in. The Brush is able to get a splat though, but they only have a few ticks to paint the zone. They need to get on here. 2 down on Horizon. I guess Heyman will be able to get back.
I was very curious where the Nautilus was jumping to, but they had a roller in the backside during this whole time, but that is going to leave them with a 3 down, and now it is Heyman back in control, and very little penalty to speak of, but nonetheless, like, that's good 40 points they got to get through to get to that lead, and, you know, Horizon, like, they've shown that, like, they are not afraid to, like, keep up with that aggression here, and it'll just be a matter of, you know, being able to break out and like compete with some of like the S-Blast in the corner here, and then that Brush just bearing down on them.
Yeah, right now, Heyman are getting their comeback. They are very much getting more and more. The bubbler on the zone by Horizon though will allow them to paint the zone and stay in the lead. We're halfway through the game, Maddie, and Horizon just took the zone back.
I feel like that booyah bomb from Sarah there, like I don't think that was intentional to throw it on against the block right there. Like that had that bubbler's name on it for sure, but unfortunately just the misplay there allowed them to, the rollers of all things, to paint the zone here. And they are going to be going 2 down, however, so now is Heyman back in control and looking to get through another set of penalty points, but they are on the hunt right now. They are not letting them get an inch back out.
Ooh. Yeah, and with 2 splats right there, Heyman are very much retaking a lot of control. There isn't that much penalty, Maddie. And right now, Headband with the October is hunting for a splat, but they're forced out. But we're about to get done with the penalty, and Horizon paints once again with all of their specials.
And getting 2 down to boot, looking for a third. A nice spot from the splash is just the pencil remaining. Oh my goodness, it felt like Heyman, they were in such a good position for that defense there, but I think like as soon as the splashdown came out, it forced them to kind of scatter here, and now the pencil is going to be taken out by the leader as well. Really, really cutting things short for them before they even get set up, but they get the 2 down, so maybe they'll be able to keep the space before they get through their own penalty. And they do manage to, no, the zone is still in their favor.
The zone is in their favor, but they lose a lot of players. Wipeout by Heyman. We're in the last minute, and that wipeout could decide a lot. I mean, on this map, it takes time to push in, but the leader getting splats right there. That should allow Horizon to get back onto the zone.
They did lose their splash, which has that crab tang, so they're going to be without it for this next push, and so close to that penalty losing out here. Bubbler's going to be popped here. Splashdown comes out, a point away. They got to fight for this, and they managed to cap it in the nick of time with 30 seconds remaining, and 2 members of Heyman are down, but they lose 2 of their own members in the process. It's just such a scrappy fight. Still in neutral, still fighting for the zone here, and Heyman, they're looking for every single opportunity they can to just take this back before time runs out here.
Yeah, and right now, just a few more seconds. Horizon able to secure the zone. They're gonna get game number 1, but it was very much a close one.
Goodness, I feel like considering that Heyman, like being on finals and then being like the number 2 seed, like they struggled against Horizon's comp. I don't know if it's just like the mirror matchup has kind of like thrown a wrench in their plan, but just they struggled with that one. Like they definitely had some pretty close matches or close calls to like get that zone back, but just like it wasn't a sweep like we've seen against some of the other teams that they faced.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was hard fought. It was hard fought, and well, guess what? Without hesitation, Heyman counterpick Crab Leg Capital, and I guess we're going to see an E-liter duel this time.
So the E-liter duel, but then again, like they opted out of the Rapid Pro last game, so I wonder if they're going to choose to bring that back here and kind of use it to keep that E-liter at bay. But again, just like they were really trying to get in their face, try to be aggressive to keep up with them, because especially with the roller out there, it's just you really gotta watch out for that. You can't really set up as slowly as you normally would have.
Yeah, for sure. That roller is dangerous. On here, it could be rough to play with a roller, and that roller will need to be under the ledges to really get the value out of a weapon, because on the flat ground, they'll see the roller coming, and it's going to be rough really making the best of it. But yeah, we'll see how these 2 teams play on here. One thing for sure is that Heyman, they're eager to play on it. And I mean, we've seen them in upper bracket finals against Usaki Fan Club absolutely take control of the map. So Horizon needs to bring their A game if they want to stop Heyman here.
Exactly. And I think like on top of like the roller is rocking that bubbler there. You gotta be careful where you pop that bubbler, especially for zones, because you might end up with a smaller bubbler than you meant to with those grades running across. So it forces you kind of like push up a little bit further than you normally would have. You can't really pop it directly on the zone.
Yeah, I love a tiny bubbler. It's so cute.
So cute.
Yeah,
Ooh, all right.
Roller is coming back. No
change. And here we go. This is the classic Heyman comp that we've come to expect.
Yeah, very much what we'd expect right there. And yes, we do get the E-liter versus E-liter sniper duel. That could decide a lot, but right now the fight is for mid. And it looks like Heyman are taking a bit of control over the zone, and they're going to start scoring points.
Nice 2 down off of Horizon already here, but the leader is still up on the top right there, a force to be reckoned with, and they are being very careful to stay clear of it. The Rapid trying to fight the crab, but wisely chooses to take a step back here and just looking for any sort of ship that they can get out here. But the zone is going to be hotly contested. Horizon really trying to push in, keep some of that ground, and finally that leader finds their mark.
Yeah, and right now Horizon, it's their turn on the zone, but the whale is forcing them to move away. Heyman already back into the fight and forcing Horizon to go down to the side. As I say that, chew down onto Heyman. Heyman was not really able to get the push they wanted, and Horizon is going to take the lead as they still have control over the zone.
Donald's just setting up almost to that splashdown as well. As soon as they push in, that can be kind of a get off me tool. And here it comes right there. They do manage to escape the charger, but unfortunately the blaster is going to finish them off. So taking those two players down and potentially, no, the jump survives. The leader finds that pick before getting back in position. That's already two more down for Heyman. Now they just got to contend with the whale and the wrap bearing down on them, but just all of that pressure is going to give Heyman kind of that foothold and retake the zone.
Yeah, right now, no penalty, and they're so close. Heyman wanting that lead. They're going to repaint the zone and get it. Horizon activating the splashdown a bit too late. Are back on the attack, are back on the zone, but they conceded the lead.
Like I say, I don't think the splashdown can go through the grates. Like that was a very It was very preemptive. I don't think it painted the zone at all there, and so. Like already, Heyman, like they got the lead back, and they're gonna get the control. Leader comes out on top against leader here, and now they are in the position that they want to be in right here. Just really just looking to lock Horizon out, not let them get any sort of space. And you can see that they're pretty grouped up right now. Like they are just stuck on their plat looking for an opening.
Yeah, right now Heyman have a lock on the map, but the lock just got picked by Horizon, who pulled through Sarah with the 52 Gao. Is the last squid standing, is going to dance on the zone, but is not even able to really paint it, which means Horizon are still scoring points. The jumps are coming in. Can these jumps get things? Oh wait, a splat! 3 splats! Horizon are pushed away once again, and that meter is back on top.
And that was a huge play from Sarah right there, because 3 members of Heyman had gone down, but just them alone on the zone, especially against the leader, they did not let them get the full control they wanted, and that just allowed Heyman to come back in and just flip the script on them, and they're already through their penalty, looking to get closer to that KO. And we do see the crab coming out, trying to find us some space, but unfortunately the crab gets canceled out. Splashdown is coming in towards the zone. They're going to have to pop it a little bit early. Doesn't find anybody, and they are the last one remaining. That is not enough for them to paint the zone.
Yeah, that means, Maddie, we are getting a 1-1. Heyman and their pigs tying up the score on their counter pick. As we expected, that's been their counter pick. They've been incredibly strong on here, and they're just reminding us why they counter pick this map very, very fast. Which means now it's Horizon's turn to find their strong map.
It was funny. There was a moment during that last match, like when we were in the overhead, like the roller was doing their best to flank the crab, but ended up getting just bumped off the map by that crab in the background. Just one of those like, little engagers, just like trying to get some space, just getting outplayed right there. So it is going to be going back. Like honestly, like even though like it came out how we expected to be Heyman taking the match, it was a lot closer than we were expecting. And if Horizon is able to keep up on the counter pick from Heyman, like they are in a really good position for the rest of the set, especially going into their own counter pick.
Yeah, and they're taking their time to counter pick. I think they should go to Macromart because they have a roller, and I'm simple-minded. But they're taking their time to choose, and I mean they're in lower bracket finals. They should take their time.
Oh, absolutely, and they, we haven't really seen any of like Horizon's counter picks yet, but I know that like, Heyman, like they had their go-to, they were ready to lock that in, but like, especially when you have very similar comps, like what could benefit you as like who you Horizon, like could also inadvertently benefit Heyman. So like that's kind of something you got to keep in mind. Like what is something that we know for a fact that we can take them on,
Mhm. Oh, and Maddie, I just noticed something.
Hmm.
These two teams met before.
Oh,
They
they
played
did.
each other in the upper bracket. Heyman beat them 3-0. So that first game was very much a surprise. Horizon able to get some revenge, at least to make the team that would put them in lower bracket bleed.
No, that is so true. Like, it is a bit of a rematch there. Like Horizon looking to kind of bring get back at Heyman, try to like flip the
Mhm.
script here, and already like with two matches so far, like they are not letting them run away with a 3-0 sweep this time, not at all.
Yep. Yeah. It's an important one. And I mean, Horizon just learned, was able to adapt to what Heyman was doing, but now Heyman coming back faster, stronger. It's going to be rough. But
Mhm.
Horizon has shown that they have the skill, that they are able to do a lot. But one thing they're not able to do is select a map. They have 8 choices, and they only need to pick one.
Golly, I feel like if Horizon is able to take them to a map where they have to swap their comp, because I think that was kind of part of what they ran into. Like they certainly played really well with the Octobrush and the S Blast, but they definitely was a huge or a very noticeable change. Like once they swapped back to their tried and true comp, like they were a lot more comfortable, a lot more, I guess, in the kind of position they want to be in. So I feel like
Hmm.
maps like Barklandheim, like that's where Horizon wants to take them, and they are going to Makamart. They are going to be taking them back
Yeah,
to Makamart.
yeah. They could have listened to me
The first
5
time.
minutes ago. It's,
Oh
I
my
mean,
goodness.
given their comp, that's the pick. That's the map for them. If you have a roller, go to Macromart. That's what you
Mhm.
want to do.
And so far, like Horizon has not shown they really swap too much between the pencil and the either. They're very adamant about playing the E-leader versus Heyman. Like they are
Mhm.
like they do have the kind of flexibility, but whether like that plays in their favor, especially against a try-hard E-leader player, like that is gonna remain to be seen. Because I think in the past, like especially when Heyman were picking up a leader, like the other pencils, they just did not have really the answer to contend with them.
Mhm. I think Heyman like to adapt to whatever's best for the map, but right here they're starting to know what Horizon is doing, and they can start adapting to exactly the kind of comp that they can expect from Horizon. So we'll see what Heyman brings. On here, all you need to play in the zone is one explosion. That's the beauty of a plus shape. Explosions work better on here, and the Heyman are sticking to the pencil.
I stick with the pencil, but I say, who was on that S blaster? Because now we have Sarah is sticking with the 52, but Headband swapping off the Pro and going to be
Yeah.
bringing out the S blast themselves this time. So still a little bit more of aggressive comp, but just swapping the rolls up a bit, and Heyman are all over them. Like we were 10 seconds in, and like 2 of them are already
Ooh.
behind Horizon.
It's I mean, Heyman lost players in that push, but they still force Horizon away. But now here comes the answer by Horizon. The crab tank is deployed. The crab tank kind of lacking height, but it's still able to get the job done. Horizon is taking control over the zone, and all of Heyman are stuck on the side with Splatty coming in with the roller. Ooh, not able to get the splats.
I feel like that's a very unfortunate timing for the whales against that roller there. That just really gave them a little bit of chip damage that took them out. But now Sarah once again cleaning things up. Continuing with the roller again, comes in from the side here. And Heyman are going to able to cap the zone, but not before losing a bit of their momentum there. Still looking to like keep some space here, and now giving Horizon a bit of their own medicine with this crab tank.
Yeah, and right now, Heyman, very nice crab tank to maintain the control, forcing Horizon to dance in their own spawn. And 2 down onto Horizon. Heyman riding the momentum they built in the previous game, are very much in control of Mako, and Horizon struggling to get position right here. The Splash is moving in, but the Splash doesn't have the crab tank ready now. Here he comes, but it gets punished. Oh, that's a hard punish, and the Horizon need to paint right now. They don't have much time, and Heyman are able to respawn.
I don't have the splash on online just yet, but they're certainly putting a lot of paint down. That roller just in the backside, like trying to distract them. Finds one, but the 52 managing to escape, looking for another splat of their own. Nahus drops in to take the fight, but unfortunately gets taken out. All of Heyman just kind of in that corner, like regrouping and like coming in from the side. Just Horizon was not prepared for that, I think.
Yeah, right now Horizon still able to get their presence. That Heyman are re-pushing just like that, not wasting a second, and they retake the zone instantly. We are halfway through the game, and Heyman has very much taken an option on it.
Go for like at Horizon, they like that roller and that Nautilus have kind of been like their opening play. The roller just being so sneaky, so patient to find ways in, but like the moment that Heymen start to like kind of figure out their game plan and like preemptively stop the roller before they can get set up, like you get things like a S blast in the backside there, and like they do get some chip damage. Roller is going to take them out, but just keeping that roller at bay, not let them do things like this coming up the right side here, like that pencil. Gotta watch out, especially with the bubbler on the zone right here.
Yeah, another bubbler, another cap of the zone for Horizon. But Horizon needs to stay on the zone right there. They know there's someone by here. The battle of the sharks is not going to work for the roller. Heyman winning that battle, retaking the zone once again, Maddie.
Anytime that like the Sarah and Headband like coming from that side there together, just like there's nothing that Horizon can do to stop them. Like they do manage to flip the script here and like take down 2 members there, but just they lose a lot of precious time trying to deal with it, and so just it's in these like half engagements, these they don't get the full victory that they need to kind of retake the space. That being said, they do have next to no penalty left, so they can start taking away points here, but they gotta keep them out if they want to keep going towards that lead, because it's a hefty lead to deal with.
Yeah, especially with 1 minute left, they really want to keep the zone here. But a lot of paint is coming from Heyman. Horizon activating the crab tank. The zone is neutral right there. They want to paint it. Heyman all around are going to apply penalty once again. What a huge blow on Horizon. But at least Horizon are still in here, are still getting back on. Oh no.
I thought for sure that 52 was done for, but just like the quick movements to bring things back around and the cleanup from the S-Blast here, just Heyman showing that they can keep up with the aggressive comp of Horizon, and they are looking to one-up them here on their own. Counter pick right here, 15 seconds remaining, still solid control for Heyman here. The only thing really going in Horizon's favor is to 2 down, but now they lose 2 of their own here.
Oh yeah, and that's a lot of players down. Heyman are going to get game number 3. That is 2-1 for Heyman, and they are pigs just 1 game away from getting back against the Saki Fan Club.
1 game away for that rematch here, and we're starting to see a little bit like even the Horizon definitely had a good start right there, but I think just like once Heyman kind of adapted to, even with like the comp changes, once Heyman adapted to Horizon's game plan, just like we saw them in that early game, just immediately went in there and was looking to take fights and take space like right off the bat.
Yeah, and Heyman, even when they lose players, they're still able to move forward. They're still able to take ground. Because they know they can count on the fast respawn, because they have such great awareness on putting themselves on the stacks, on having the paint around Horizon right there. We see them feeling the pressure and kind of scared to fight Heyman, are forced to move back to spawn, to move away, and which means that's 2-1, and that's Horizon needing to get another counter pick.
I say like they took quite a bit of time to pick out Makamar, which like you point out, it seemed like the obvious choice. But now that they have to go to their second best pick, like they already are 1 down on match point against Heyman, so they got to pull out all the stops for these next 2.
Yeah, for sure. This next one, their last counter pick, they need to make it count. There's still a few options that they could have, though at this point in the tournament, they probably want to go with a classic, something where they know they will perform well. because I mean it's getting pretty late here in Europe, Maddie, and it's getting pretty late in the tournament overall. So you want to make the easy choices where you know you'll perform.
Exactly. I feel like something you point out is one of what has made Heyman so formidable is like even when there are two players down, if one of the two players still up are Sarah or Headbands, like you are not safe. Like that is basically a whole other team ready to take fights with it, and they have like the patience. Like they don't run blindly in to face them head on. It's like they are occupying so much critical space. Like they're diverting so much attention away from the zone. It's like by the time they're able to take care of them, the rest of the team is respawn, and now there's a crab tank bearing down on you.
Yeah, for sure. Well, speaking of crab tank, we are going to Robo Roman. A map that is very good for crab tank, but also a map that is very good for the bubbler, and that's going to be probably the job of a roller right there. Go in with a curling, activate the bubbler as close to the opponent as they can. That's what Horizon needs to do if they want to get the point.
Mm-hmm. I would say on top of like have the bubble and then have the splashdown ready to either clear the ledges or just paint the zones. Like they have a lot of good utility to kind of break in and clear them out. And then I think, like you said, just Crab Tank is just such a good special on this map, whether for offense or for defense, just because like those two walls I can set up on just has so much space to work with. Even a backline has trouble kind of contesting against that.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lots of ways to play on here, a lots of different things that can be done, but still, it's very much one of these classic known quantities, and I think that's a good move by Horizon to go here. We'll see how they're able to do now they're choosing the weapons, and I mean, it's going to be a rough one. As you said, Heyman have adapted, have really learned how Horizon is playing, and now Horizon needs to create a surprise if they want to win this game. Heyman, they have their comp now. They sticking to it, and Horizon's keeping the same weapons, but we'll see how they change their movements.
I was gonna say, like, Heyman opting to stick with the single backline, sticking with the pencil at that up against that leader. But then it occurred to me that right now Horizon is not running any cooler weapons. They are going full on with the midline control, but like they don't have the respawn that kind of Heyman is, which is kind of attributed to a lot of that quick turnaround. Like even when they have the advantage, suddenly Heyman have the advantage again.
Yeah. Horizon gets a nice opening, but yeah, as you said, no cooler. They're not allowed to make mistakes. Huge bubbler put up right as close to the opponent as they can. That's what Horizon needs to do, and they are making it work right there. Huge presence. Hey man, are forced to wait a little bit right now. Their crab tank is ready, but they don't have anywhere to deploy it.
I say I gotta be so careful, especially with the roller right there. It's like as soon as they pop that crab tank, they leave themselves vulnerable. But taking out the roller right there is gonna give them that opportunity. So now they're gonna go in and get the Nautilus as well, taking out the splash on top of that. Just the leader remaining, and they're gonna get a face full of whales from that 52 as Sarah just runs at them, forcing them to jump out.
Yeah. Hey man, right there. Ooh, a nice splat on them. But, I mean, they took control, they got in, but right now Horizon is very much forcing them out once again, punishing the jumps. It's a new Horizon right here for us. They adapted as well, and they got faster.
Able to get in and just take them back to zone before Heyman could really get too close to that lead there. And, you know, in the grand scheme of things, like, there isn't a whole lot of penalty left here. Like, we do have a crab tank coming out, but the bubbler is, like, right in front of that, negating most of that crab tank value. And then just all the other specials coming out, just kind of, like, canceling them out, leaving Horizon with that that space control that they want here. It's going to be a matter of, like, how are they able to win the fights coming on top of that? And Sarah is just not leaving anyone, the chance.
Yeah, Sarah right there still fighting will force the splash to move back, and that's a delayed wipe thanks to the moves from the 52 gal. Heyman in control of the map now. They took a lot of blows at the start of this game, but now they're back in position, and the big question is how can they use these positions? Oh, that's a cheeky Booyah Bomb.
Oh my goodness, just right underneath it before anyone could expect it. I did not get too much out of it, but it's
Yep.
still cleared enough to kind of keep their space. But now they're going to be seeing two from Heyman going down. Now it is just Sarah remaining out the 50. But once again, if Sarah is alive, like you are contending with a whole other team right here, just trying to clear them out and just not giving up any of the space here, just allowing the rest of their team to kind of break back in. But again, two members go down. Horizon just doing such a good job of keeping the space, even with a 52 behind them.
And that's more points for Horizon, who have like a lot of control. Hey man, need to push right there. The crab is deployed, but the crab is punished. 2 down. Horizon still in this game are going to get the KO. Once again, buddy, we're going to a game 5.
It's like good on Horizon to maintain that. Like they definitely had a good game plan going into this, but I say like with the last one losing on Makamars, like they do now they're gonna have to contend with Heyman's counterpick. They lost that counterpick advantage, but I feel like even so, just as long as they're able to kind of keep up with Heyman, just not let them like outmaneuver them like they have been, like they could definitely take this next one. But like that is the huge factor right there, just how fast Heyman looks to take space and take advantage.
Yeah, I agree, Maddie. It's not about the map, it's not about the weapons, it's about the player. That's what decides the games. The counterpick is... Oh, wait, there was... Oh, they counterpicked the map, and then they cancelled their counterpick, so...
Take it back. We didn't mean it.
Yeah. So we don't know the counterpick yet. I mean, hey man, they selected this counterpick very, very fast. I guess one player counterpicked that, and the rest of the team was like, wait. Maybe we can do something else.
I was gonna say that was the counterpick that they lost to against Usagi Fan Club. Like that was the match point for the last one as well. And I think they've kind of recognized that and like, wait, no, maybe that's not such a good pick.
Yeah, and we're going to Mahi results instead.
All right, and that was one that they were able to open their last set with, so it's definitely a good pick for them. That being said, it has a very similar vibe to, I said, Barnacle and Dime, which Horizon just really performed well on. So this really could play into either team's favor here. I feel like this is not such a stark like you said, it's not less about the map, more just like how they're able to execute their team plan.
Yeah, as you said, team plan on here, and emphasis on the team part. Once the Warped drop, you have this huge flat ground around the map. That is prime terrain for team fights. This is where you see the teams coordinating the best. This is where we see the well-oiled plans between the teams. This is why, I mean, I think this map is the best map mode for competitive Splatoon. This is where you see the team play their best, and this is also where you see a lot of variety in strategies.
No, I 100% agree with you. And ooh, speaking of, we're going to be seeing a bit of a change up. Opting to take out the splash, and they're going to be bringing in their own bubbler with the Zimmy here.
Yeah.
I am because that's interesting. I'm curious, like how they're looking like already. We see one player in their face, like taking out one. Of course, it's Sarah. Sarah just bolted right in.
Not much of a surprise right here. The fight is raging for that zone. Both teams wanting to take control, but right now the place is a bit cramped. A crab tank is deployed and is going to shred the bubbler and the opponent's HP. Horizon takes early control, and Heyman are forced to move back into their spawn.
I think that was, they had again that fast opening, but it didn't quite go in the way that Heyman wanted it to, and so we do see 3 members going down. So their definitely recovery time is huge here, but just like that first opening was not like the showstopper that we've come to see from them. So I think definitely Horizon looking to kind of keep up with them, but we're in a bit of a pickle now because Heyman is really looking to push up, like we're looking to get into Horizon's base and just not let them have any space for free.
Yeah, right now Horizon got the important splat on the Gal as the water is finally dropping, and what an attack by Horizon, getting back control over the zone. Now Sarah is still in the fight. Of course Sarah is in a fight with the 52 Gal, and I mean, Sarah is still here, still around and taking the flank, and now allowing the rest of the team to get back on the zone. The zone stays blue, but Heyman are very much in that fight. They're gonna take back control.
Ooh, get a nice cancel on the splashdown as well. I say that the splash roll from the 52, like we saw them go up against a 96 on this map before, but even so, just the movement and the paint output from that 52 is like whenever they're able to get into the wings like that, deploy that wall is like that you can't dislodge them so easily. Like just it gives them that kind of impromptu cover that they need to kind of keep the pressure up and going, and they are continuing to put on that pressure. Heyman taking the lead right here and not showing any signs of slowing down either. Just a lot of yellow paint on this map here, and Horizon, like they're struggling to find a way back in.
Yeah, and that trade right there by the S-Blast is important, as Heyman is simply holding the zone right now, 2 versus 2, but Horizon needs to push in. They have the splashdown, that splashdown needs to hit the zone. It's enough to neutralize and to cap. Horizon still in there. There's 2 minutes and a half left in the game. The KO did not happen.
KO did not happen, and it's giving Horizon another chance to bring this back. And they didn't have a whole lot of penalty left either, so they're already ticking away to points here with the Crab Tank online. Like they're looking to really start to lock things down, but just they don't really have Heyman push back as far as they would like to. Like they are still really contesting the zone here, and even with the Crab Tank online, like they are all over them, and that's going to be a 3 at delayed wipe off of Horizon.
Yeah. That delayed wipe is allowing them to paint all of mid right now. Horizon will have an even harder time pushing in. They lost their roller. And I mean, Heyman right now, 30 ticks left of penalty. They with the control that they have, Horizon needs to make that crab tank that they have work perfectly, and they lost their leader.
Yeah, that is the one that. Oh my goodness! Yeah, the shark from that blaster was such a good positioning. Canceled out the crab immediately, and they're gonna just keep the zone all the way to the KO. Just with Horizon's comp, I feel like they needed to wait for that crab. They could not push in without the crab, and so with how much paint was on the maps, like they were forced to just kind of run in with their Nautilus, try to get the splashdown. But that last blast was ready to go and just stopped that crab in its tracks, and then that just led to the team wipe.
Yeah, that's. I mean, Horizon kind of redeeming themselves after getting beaten 3-0 by Heyman in the upper bracket, but it was not enough. Heyman was the better team. And once again, I mean, beautiful plays right there. But in the end, our grand finals, Maddie, is going to be seed number 1 versus seed number 2. That is, of course, Usagi Fan Club versus Heyman, and then our picks.
I honestly, I think I know what to expect from the counter picks. Like, so they've been pretty consistent with what they want to play and been playing it pretty much every single time. So I said it's going to come down to like, what is that first map? What is that one map that they can't control, and how is that going to kind of set the tone for the rest of that set?
Well, we're about to find out right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. And it is time for the grand finals of this Triton-Cup 126. Of course, it's going to be Heyman and their pigs against Usagi Fan Club. Here we are, Pat, and I'm at Game of a Second, ready to watch this final two teams, ready to fight it on. And we're going to start on Barney Golden Dime, Maddie.
Oh my goodness, I know this was against Horizon, but as Barnacle Dime brought on once again, and to be honest, like this was where Heyman kind of met their first like falters, like that they got really routed out by Horizon, but now like they're going up against Usagi Fan Club, and that's a whole other comp, a whole other beast to contend with. So like this is their chance to kind of redeem themselves here.
Yeah, very much they need to get their head back in the game. And I mean, Heyman had to adapt a bit their gameplay to the way they were playing against Horizon. Now they need to change, switch up, and go into Usagi mode. They know Usagi is the team to beat, and you can tell they've been planning for it. And now Usagi Fan Club. Did they stay warm? They had to wait a little bit up there in grand finals, and now we'll see how they're able to do. These two teams went to a game 5 in the upper bracket finals. Let's see if they go this distance again.
Yes, indeed, and we're going to be seeing Heyman coming back out with the double backline comp, which was different than what they were running before on this map here. Really looking to just like outrange them, and outrange them they will. Usagi Fan Club, full on aggression, bringing out the Tri-Slosher for the cooler, but then like full midline action here with that Pro and with that S-Blast, just looking to try to be in their face and like keep them on their toes at any given moment.
Ooh, yeah, and Heyman with their explosive opening get control with a delayed wipe onto Usagi Fan Club. Usagi Fan Club forced to move back. Oh, they're not able to get that cooler right there. Now they have to fight in the pit, as all of the Heymen are very much happy to be in the fight, but that's a nice move by the S-Blast, getting the Booyah Bomb onto the zone. But with 2 down on the Usagi Fan Club, Heymen are simply staying in control.
That's right, they're seeing what Usagi Fan Club is bringing out, and they're not letting them get anywhere close to that zone. Even like, dropping down into the pit, 2 members of Heyman just dropped in on top of them, shutting them down early, but the missile coming in clutch here. That's going to stall them at the last second there, give them another opportunity at this map, bring down to 6. That's quite a bit of a lead to come back from, but they have another second chance at this with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, Usagi Fan Club opening incredibly strongly. Heyman opening strongly. Now Usagi Fan Club needs to answer that opening, but they are on the zone and they're using their special perfectly. Really force Heyman away from the zone. Heyman right now not able to get the paint, and the moves by the Mini. Once the Mini pops out with a full charge, they are so dangerous.
And that was a huge play from the Mini there. They're just living in that corner for so long, even with the whales bearing down on them, just keeping that space. And then when the opportunity was right, just bearing down on them. Now, Heyman, they're popping that crab, but it feels like they're popping that crab a little bit further back than they normally would have. Do manage to cap the zone to apply penalty, but not before losing it almost immediately back to Usagi Fan Club here. And that bubbler on the zone is going to even things out for them, with the Mini once again just trying to pick so many fights with them.
Yeah, and that Mini is still in the fight, still in here, is going to be forced to jump away. But Usagi Fan Club is still very much here, as a Heyman are holding the zone and staying here pretty comfortably. They have a big penalty, but that penalty is slowly going away as Usagi Fan Club is forced to use all their specials to retake the zone. Just a second.
Oh my god, it's like that. They had such a really huge opening here, but now is gone a lot more back and forth. Like Heyman is struggling to keep the kind of pressure that they had going in the first part of this game. Like they're just managing to hold on to this lead, but it is slowly going in Usagi Fan Club's favor, just slowly ticking away at those penalties to the point where they're gonna take that lead, Pat. Like they're gonna go one step further and just not let Heyman back in time. And so like they're really looking to like hold down the fort here, especially with the leader going down. Like that's going to be huge for that play.
Yeah, right now Usagi Fan Club. They're the ones getting rid of their penalty right now. Just a few ticks left and they have the cooler deployed. And the Booyah Bomb to keep it. More points for Usagi. They get a trade. That's an important trade. They hold the zone. And that's lead for them. Usagi Fan Club. They learned and they adapted fast enough to win in game 1.
Mm-hmm. They really just, I think like early on, Heyman was able to kind of set the pace of the match, especially with how fast they moved in and took that control of space. Just Usagi Fan Club struggled to kind of disrupt that, but as soon as they did, Heyman could not recover from that. It was a straight neutral game for the large majority of that map, and it just tipped in Usagi's Fan Club just enough for that, by the end of that game, they were able to get that KO.
Yep, and that's a big KO right there. That's 1-0 for Usagi Fan Club. And remember, Maddie, Usagi Fan Club are on the upper side. They don't need a bracket reset. All they need is 3 games, and they already have 1 on their belt. Can you guess what counterpick was already picked?
Oh, I think I know. I'm surprised it didn't click it sooner.
Yep, we are going to Crab Leg Capital. As of course, like they instantly got it. The score was reported and they went there immediately.
This seems to be the one. This seems to be a bit of Usagi's Fan Club's kryptonite. Like if they're able to take them out on their ace in the hole, like that's gonna be huge for them. But I feel like just with how well that Heyman has performed here, like they know their game plan through and through, and they're not ready to kind of back down on that just yet.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean that first game was still very close, and Heyman can count on their explosive. Is that a Tri-Slasher?
That is a Tri-Slasher. They've been rocking the cooler Tri-Slasher for the past 2 games.
I didn't notice. That's how much I pay attention these days, right now. But yeah, I mean that's very much 2 philosophies of short range versus long range, and Heyman and their picks are going to take the opening pretty strongly. But there's a bubbler on the zone, which means Usagi Fan Club are able to take early control, and they also take the splats.
I was gonna say, like, this comp change, this is nowhere near what they were running before, but I feel like they kind of swapped gears here. Instead of focusing on the leader, trying to take out the backline, it's like they realize, wait, our trouble is not the backline, it's the freaking 52 that's been eating us up. So they've been to a full aggro, full front line, and we saw, like, in the beginning of the match, Sarah trying to get that flank in, shut down almost immediately. And so I think if they're able to keep up the pressure, keep off Heyman's pressure, like, they could turn this around and not have to worry about the leader. That leader just popped them right back to spawn.
Yeah, right now Heyman setting up the leader. This is where Heyman are their strongest, but it doesn't matter. Usagi Fan Club knew exactly where to throw the bombs and exactly when to coordinate these explosions. Right now, that's a quick retake by Usagi Fan Club, who keep the lead and who are forcing Heyman to wait a little bit more.
This is like the ultimate lockout comp right here. Between the S-Blast and the bucket there, nowhere is safe to drop without specials here, and they're just making sure that they can't go unpunished here. They do lose that S-Blast and Tri-Slasher, however, so it's potentially going to flip the zone, but Usagi Fan Club's still here. They're still holding that and getting points here. They have not been able to flush them completely out.
Yeah, and right now the Booyah Bomb is disrupting the attack from Heyman. Usagi Fan Club are keeping control over the zone.
Goodness.
2 down! 2 down! And 2 down on the other side, and now just 15 ticks left, though. That Tri-Slasher will not be able to paint by itself. Heyman are still in the game.
So that was a really down hole from Usagi Fan Club.
It looks like
could
it's
be what
time
they
for
need to kind of
goodbyes.
keep this game, but
At
now they've
least for
ceded
now.
control, and Heyman is in the position they want to be in. That leader is going to be seeing all and just looking to shut down anything they throw out, and so it is going to come down to the specials with the Tri-Slasher coming from behind. Oh, that was a close stop from the splash right there. They took out
Yeah.
the pro there, but just was called out a little too soon.
Yeah, right now, Heyman and their Arctics is still defending the zone, but not defending well enough. Usagi Fan Club retakes it, and with 3 players down, that is big control for Usagi Fan Club right now, Maddie. And they're on top there. But S-Blast has so much range, it is so dangerous. It's going to move back to regroup with the rest of the team, get the cooler, but right now, Heyman needs to go in. They don't have much time.
So they popped that crab, but just there's so much defensive pressure in the zone. Like they had to pop it from so far back. They are going to be dropping down to take the fight. Do manage to take out the S-Blast, but they are going to trade out themselves. That's a major point of their paint out of the way. And with a bubbler and a mini on the zone, that could potentially go into Usagi Fan Club's victory, and they will defeat the Titans on their own home turf.
Yeah, that is a huge blow onto Heyman. Usagi Fan Club. They learned. Heyman brought this map onto the upper bracket. They beat Usagi Fan Club, but there's a big difference between beating a high-level team and beating a high-level team twice. And this is what we just saw. Usagi Fan Club adapting, learning, switching up their game, and making sure that the mistakes they made the first time would not happen again.
Exactly. They've definitely discovered the formula that works against Heyman. And I'm curious, as I was trying to break it down, does it feel like, again, like they're really looking to like contend with the front line of Usagi Fan Club, not let them run around like they have been. But I think on top of that, like they do have a lot of chip damage, like the missiles, the bombs, the Booyah Bomb, everything they have just to displace that back line. And they just don't have even the crab, like they don't have the free space that they once had. And so now they're forced to really reposition a lot more frequently.
Yeah. Not only are they forced to reposition, they're forced to counterpick for their final. What could be their final counterpick, at least of this set? And they're going
of
to
course.
Yeah, of course.
As they've been consistent with their counterpicks, they've this would have been game 5 if it weren't for the fact that Usagi Fan Club has currently beaten them on both the starting map and their own counterpick. So they just got one more to take away the win here.
Yeah, and right now we see a little bit of tension on the side of Heyman. But yeah, let's get in the game. There's going to be a Zimi versus Zimi fight right there.
Ooh, it is going to be Heyman taking the first zone control, but once again, Sarah just gets taken down so early, trying to push that advantage, but just already Usagi Fan Club ready for them. But the S-Blast fight is going to go in Heyman's favor, but the Tri-Slosh is there to clean it up, and they're going to use that bubbler to clean up another one as well. Pencil going down and losing that backline control here. I say both of these teams, like they're rocking these Zimmies, like they're both looking to bring that out.
I mean, Bubbler on here can do a lot. It's a flat ground. It's good for the Zimi, and I mean, the fight is going 2 versus 2, but Usagi Fan Club is keeping control over the zone and getting the splat onto the pencil. Once again, Cooler was deployed, but that's still Heyman forced to move back and let Usagi Fan Club take control of mid as the water is now dropping.
Water dropping. They have that bubbler online, but they have a Booyah Bomb on the other. Both teams rocking the Booyah Bomb and bubbler ready to go. Who's going to pop it first? Because I feel like that's going to set the tone. Oh, Tri-Slosher going down. And then the Booyah Bomb comes in and clears out 2. It's going to be Usagi Fan Club in control in a 2v2 situation. And they are just going all out, not letting them get anywhere close to that zone right now, Pat.
This is Usagi Fan Club on a victory lap. They have Heyman figured out. They know what to do. They counter everything. And I might have spoken too soon. I mean, Heyman with everything that they have left. It's just the S-Blast versus S-Blast. Who is going to win the duel? This could decide the game. The jump's coming in. And Heyman are still alive. We still have a grand finals, but that was so close.
If the S-Blast had been able to live for a couple of seconds longer, that Zimi would have been able to clean up the zone for them, get the victory, but Heyman, they're still in this match. They're going to apply a really hefty penalty, 73 extra points for them to get through, and they're ticking their way through to their own lead here. But again, like, they don't have that presence that they once had. Like, Usagi Fan Club is just contesting them at every given opportunity.
Yeah, and it's very rough, but for now, Heyman are still hanging on to the zone. And Usagi Fan Club are not able to move back in. We see players falling down one after the other. It looks like Heyman just found it in themselves to switch up their game and surprise Usagi Fan Club once again.
Missile's going to come out. They're going to contest the zone, but they're still hanging on to it. No players going down. The S-Plus going down is going to be huge here. S-Plus on the other side goes down. They take the lead back. They're going to get the KO here, Pat.
Heyman just activated Super Saiyan here. Like, they were down. They were dead. And suddenly, everything went their way. They won that S-Blast duel. They got all the jumps. And then it felt like Usagi Fan Club were coming one after the other to just get splatted before reaching the zone.
So there's a bit of a disruption there, like you said, just kind of staggering a little bit at the end. They're really just trying to rush in. And I think they just got to build up those specials, I think. Like, we saw the missiles come out, but just so much of the engagement was off the zone, off in that far corner. It was just enough for Heyman to kind of tick away the last couple of points for the KO.
Yep. And, Usagi Fan Club picking the map pretty fast as well. We are going to Hagglefish Market.
Ooh, and we did see Usagi Fan Club pick this out against Heyman in the last set too, and they did perform incredibly well on it. But that was when they were rocking their 96 comp as well. They have definitely swapped things up, so I'm curious if they're going to revert back to that or if they've kind of figured things out and want to stick with what they got.
Yeah, well, that's the big question. Not much of a surprise on the side of Heyman, and Usagi Fan Club sticking to their new comp, to their new way of playing. Remember, it's 2-1 for Usagi Fan Club, who are on tournament points right now.
Oh, and here comes Sarah once again from the left side. Does manage to take out 2 before getting taken out themselves. And then the S-Blast is looking to clean things up. Now, this is the kind of opening that we've come to expect from Heyman here. Not letting Usagi Fan Club kind of get in the positions they want to be in. But that being said, it's like they're... Oh, goodness.
Ooh.
That was a huge 3 down right there.
Yeah. Heyman once again finding their explosive opening, scoring point after point, and Usagi Fan Club not finding the way forward. And I mean, that's the trouble with Tri-Slusher. It's a bit more fragile as a purveyor of drinks for the team right now. The Booyah Bomb is going onto the zone, but it's not enough. It's not working. Heyman are getting the splats, are getting the control. And Usagi Fan Club only have 20 ticks left to move forward.
Oh my goodness, 20 ticks, and they are on the back foot, kind of just rushing in, trying to get at them one at a time, but just it is not working.
That's it?
Heyman were ready for that. They locked things down hard. Like, that was the most, I guess, I'm trying to think of the word. It's the most offset match we've seen so far. Just not once was Usagi Fan Club able to touch the zone.
It will felt like Heyman had full control, was completely able to anticipate everything Usagi was doing, and suddenly they're tying up the score. We are going to a game 5, because of course we are going to a game 5. And it's going to be on Umami Runes, this time picked by Usagi Fan Club.
Gosh, I feel like it's just been a complete repeat, with the exception of that first game, a complete repeat of the other set they were in. So now this is the last. Well, I guess Usagi Fan Club, they got another opportunity, because as soon as Heyman, if they win this next match, they gotta go to a bracket reset. But this is Usagi's Fan Club last opportunity to kind of close things out.
Yeah, I mean, you say it's been a repeat, but teams have been winning where they were losing the last time. It's pretty much more like a mirror image of what we saw in the previous set. And Usagi Fan Club picking Umami Runes that was picked by Heyman in the previous set. I mean, the Usagi Fan Club won the last time, but both teams have been able to learn from their mistake and win on the maps where they had lost previously.
Mm-hmm. That's just so far, like Usagi Fan Club, they've been stuck in with that new comp there, but with the change from the Zimmy, like that's definitely changed things around for Heyman. Like they've been able to keep up with Usagi Fan Club to a point where like they just shut them out in that last game. So is this a point where Usagi Fan Club got to rethink their comp, or do they got to rethink how they approach the comp here? And potentially like with their counter pick here, they got another game plan in mind.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one thing to note is that these zones, they're so small, one fizzy bomb might be enough to paint it. We'll see if that's the plan right now. We're going to see a pencil and a tri-slasher, so that's double tacticular on the side of Usaki, who want more speed.
So this is no, we did see them rocking the pencil before, and they had trouble against the leader because of that. But now that we're seeing some pencil on pencil action, they're starting to like try to transition and get some of that range back. And does seem to be working. We're now seeing a pretty contested zone. We do see Heyman having the control of the upper area, but Sarah going down, it means a lot of their forward aggression is going to be knocked out, and so they're just having a paint battle at this point.
Yep. The paint battle is raging, and the regular battle is pretty much hard fought as well. Heyman getting the splats, getting control, are going to set themselves above the zone. But not in the opponent's territory. The Tri-Slasher will make sure that doesn't happen. And now Usagi Fan Club are counter-pushing with a Tacticola.
Ooh, Bubbler gets popped here. Blaster and a 52 in the Bubbler, but they're going to be taken out. Now in a 2v2 situation is once again a battle for paint. Like we see the pro just trying to push up and retake some of that space. They do manage to get a splat on the pencil there, and then the follow up on two more. That's going to be huge. That wipeout's going to be huge for Usagi Fan Club here.
Yeah, Heyman got control of the map for a long time, but they didn't score that many points. Usagi Fan Club will be able to tie up the score pretty quickly right there. Heyman already activating their specials, though they want to go back onto the zone. But Booyah will let them go in as they are using all their tools to go forward, 2 down onto Usagi Fan Club. And a wipeout! Heyman and their pigs are back on top.
Getting the reverse wipeout here, and once again, like not a whole lot of points scored, so there is a pretty close point lead here, and with how far Heyman is pushed up, like even if Usagi Fan Club was able to push them out, like that's enough time for them. They are potentially going to get this lead right back, and then some, especially getting some nice splats against the Tri-Slasher and the Mini as well. They can finish off the pencil. That's going to be just a complete upset against Usagi Fan Club.
Yeah, and right now, Heyman getting more splats! That's 3 down! It's just the pencil that's forced to move away. Heyman keeping control of the map. Usagi Fan Club needs to run forward now. They don't have the time. Can they paint at least one of the zone to delay things? The Bubbler is not letting them. Oh, they're able to stay alive by a hair. They're painting one zone, but they need to keep it as they try to get the other. Right now, everybody's fighting 3 down, and that's Heyman getting the bracket reset.
Oh my goodness. Usually, like whenever Usagi Fan Club has been forced to like rush in like that, they've been just shut down almost immediately. But that Bubbler was such a clutch play from the Zimmy that they almost were able to get enough momentum to get their team back in, but unfortunately just was not quite enough. So hey man, they're looking for that second opportunity. They're looking for that reset here to take the tournament.
Yep. But now we reset the bracket. These two teams, who are 5-on-5 with each other. Both teams have taken 5 games on the other team, and now they're about to play the last best of 5 to decide it all. And we're going to start with my result.
Oh my goodness. Back like they don't even that's like one counter pick out of the way. They don't even need to pick that anymore. But again, like this is one of those maps where both no. I was like, did Usagi Fan Club they beat Heyman on this, or has this been solely Heyman's territory here?
I think they've both been, I think Usagi Fan Club won on here in upper bracket finals, and then Heyman won in bronze, and now they're facing again.
They're back at it. Take
Yep.
two, and now both these teams are definitely very worn up here, and Heyman seem to be on a rampage, looking to retake their title.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure. They need to fight hard. I mean, these two teams are so close, are fighting so hard. And at this point, it could go either way. Usagi Fan Club opened the previous set with a 2-0, and they looked incredibly strong, but Heyman adapted, switched things up, didn't let them get away. And now, I mean, anything could happen. But the big question is, Heyman and their pigs, they got the reverse sweep. They are on a 3 games row of victory, and can Usagi Fan Club stop that streak?
I was gonna say, like, it's gotten to the point these teams are so close that like just one weapon pick has kind of offset the balance. And once again, we're seeing Usagi Fan Club swap back to that 96 gal, bringing out the Kraken and the Splash Roll to kind of, I'm assuming to contend with the space control that 52 has, but we're going to be seeing two members of Usagi Fan Club going down in the first couple of seconds here.
Yeah, Heyman. Heyman has the better openings. Like, they've been consistently winning the openings against Usagi Fan Club, and Usagi Fan Club forced to defend, forced to wait, but they are getting the splats they need, which means they are getting the zone. But Sarah still behind them with the 52 gal.
Just an absolute menace right here. They do manage to shut them down, and the Tri-Saucer's going to go in and wreak some havoc as well. I can't tell if that's their own base or the others, but they taking out the jump on that S-Blast was going to be critical here, and they're moving up to take that lead right back.
Yeah, right now the water level is dropping. Usagi Fan Club.
Oh my goodness.
That's a trade on the bubble. Huge for Usagi Fan Club, who keep control over all of mid. All of Heyman is forced to come back from spawn.
The absolute goat to just rush up to an opposing bubble and say, here's my bubble, I'll take you at it, and then just trade it out. Just such a Giga Chad move, but it's going to give Usagi Fan Club kind of the momentum they need. And once again, taking out that mini, taking out a good chunk of their paint as we get down to the last couple of ticks here, slowly trading them out. The S-Blast is in zone to low, but they can't paint it. Usagi Fan Club is once again going to lead off this set with the victory.
And that's the way to end the winning streak from Heyman. Usagi Fan Club answering very strongly, getting a quick KO to open up the score once again in this bracket reset. But that's just the first game. We're about to see more.
I was going to say, are we going back to Crab Lake once again?
I mean, I don't know. I think they're going to think twice because they lost. They lost on there.
That is true. That the last time they tried to pull that, it just did not go in their favor. No, they're going to be going to Umami this time around.
I mean, can't blame them. That's the map that worked. That's the map that gave them the bracket reset. So going back there is a good move. I mean, they were very much in control of that map.
I was going to say, like, really, like, they're bringing it out early because I know that's typically they're the game 5 pick, but like as like both of these team comps, both of their team plays have adapted, it's like they've had to kind of swap things up with their counter picks as well, but still picking from a very similar kind of pool. Like they have what they are comfortable with, but they're just rearranging the pieces, as it were.
Yeah. And we have Umami runes selected by Heyman. It's a very much like, I mean, we've seen this map. We know what to expect between these two teams. Heyman, very aggro, want to open fast, want to take as much control as they can. And the big question is, always we've seen Heyman open strong and then Usagi decides the game by either getting the counter push or not, by either being able to get the stronger push after that to get the comeback and then stay in control, or they falter under the pressure that Heyman puts on them at the start of the game. So I feel like that opening fight could decide a lot. If Heyman are able to really get the monster opening once again, Usagi Fan Club will be in danger.
So Usagi Fan Club is no stranger to the clutch comebacks, but I feel like where they performed the strongest was when they shut down that opening, like you said. Like if they're able to keep them from running away with that opening, if they're able to shut down whether the S Blasts or the 52s, like then they have a lot more space to kind of push out, and then they can just keep the pace in their favor and not let Heyman run away with it. And once again, they're going to trade out, but they took out that 52 right away, and that's going to be so huge for this opening for them.
Yeah, right now, Usagi Fan Club is the team that's taking first control of the zone, but with a bubbler right there, Heyman are going to get the fight and push Usagi Fan Club away. And I say that there's still someone from Usagi Fan Club painting around the zone, I think, because that's not capped yet. Yes, here it comes. Heyman finally able to score points. Ooh.
I said wherever that Tri-Slasher goes, like they may go down, but it always ends up in a trade for them with the rest of the team able to kind of clean things up, and the Bubble getting popped here as well, able to just kind of contest the zone. We got that 96, and the Mini just doing such good work here, but it is still highly contested. They have not been able to flush out Heyman completely just yet, and they are getting punished for it. S-Blast doing a lot of good work, chipping out a second one and looking for a third here in this corner.
Yeah, right now it's 2 down on Usagi Fan Club. Heyman and their pigs able to get the lead and to push Usagi Fan Club back. Now the big question, Maddie, can Usagi Fan Club get the big push? Here comes the Kraken to do exactly that.
And they're looking to break it. Yeah, they're looking to break things out here, and like that Kraken just really shut down the hole that Heyman had here. And they do lose 2 of their players, but able to trade out as well. Oh, but no, the 52-1 from behind once again, just not letting them have any sort of solid hold. Sarah just cleaning up the competition.
It's like backstab after backstab after comeback. Everybody's got a surprise for everybody right now, but Heyman are still in the lead and are still winning these fights right now. A Fizzy Bomb to end Sarah's moves, but the Tri-Slasher is completely isolated right here. It was only going to get a trade. That's still allowing Usagi Fan Club to get back into more fighting. Nobody's holding the zone. Everybody fight, 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 fight!
Just team deathmatch out here, and it is working in Heyman's favor with that lead there, but that is gonna, with Usagi Fan Club winning the team deathmatch, now they are in a solid control. They've been able to completely flush out Heyman here. For the time being, we do see several specials online for them, including a Booyah Bomb. That's going to really route out the pencil here and allow their 52 and their Bubbler to start pushing on in, but they have their own Bubbler to contend with. They're going to keep the right zone. They are so close to that lead. They just got to live for a little bit longer, win this fight here, but the 52 cleaning things up. No, they stopped the 52. That's going to give them that kind of presence they need. And with the Kraken pushing them out, lead is going to swap for Usagi's favor.
Yeah, the lead is swapped, and the Kraken is simply dancing around. Is going to be punished, but that's still Usagi Fan Club making a lot of points right now. They're past the 30 points mark. That's full LD for Heyman, who are now moving in with the Booyah Bomb, and they need to take both zones to apply penalty. They got one, and they're getting the other one. A minute and a half for them to come back.
Goodness, they've been able to get the zone, but they still lost their S-Blast in the process, and we have several members of Usagi Fan Club kind of keeping things up, but not for long, forced to jump out here. Now that is going to be the kind of hole that Heyman won, but the Bubbler, the Zimmy coming in, just going to cancel that right out. Even at the loss of their own pencil here, they are just going ham on getting 2, looking for a third, but not quite able to take it here. Now they are going to pop that Kraken just to kind of push the rest of them out and start to contend with the zone.
That Kraken needed to create the space so that the rest of Usagi could paint the zones and make sure to apply penalty. And right now, the splats are coming. That was 3 down. Usagi Fan Club are keeping control, just 40 seconds left in the game, and Heyman struggling to move back in.
So they're having to use a lot of specials just to push them out of their base. They don't have anything left really except that bubbler to get to the zone, but they're not letting them get anywhere close to the zone. The 96 popping that wall, getting one, looking for a second here, getting the pencil taken out. The zone is going to be contested, but that mini is going to be hotly contested by the whole of Usagi Fan Club. They managed to live, but at the cost of oh no. Okay, now we're even things out, but Usagi Fan Club is going to be locking things down just a couple ticks away from the KO. Oh my goodness.
Usagi Fan Club are on tournament points for the 4th time. And Heyman, who got a bracket reset with a reverse sweep, need to do it again, Maddie.
I tell you what, Usagi Fan Club was making Heyman work for every little inch they gain. Even their own counter picks, they can't just clean sweep it anymore. This Usagi Fan Club has learned their tricks and adapted, and they're going to be the ones that pick Hagglefish Market instead of Usagi Fan Club.
It's like teams are using the counter picks to speak to each other. You know, it's not about having the advantage, making a strategic move. It's just reminding the other team that, hey, last time we played on here, I won, so I want to go back here.
Exactly. And they did have a really dominant hold. I feel like this was the one map where Heyman really just ran away with that Usagi Fan Club, didn't have an opportunity to break back in, but I feel like that does go back to that opener. Like when Heyman had a monster opener, it was a lot harder for Usagi Fan Club to recover, but if they're able to kind of counter that early on, then Heyman, they don't have that opportunity to set up the way they want to.
Maddie, haven't you learned from history that what happened on the previous time on this map mode does not matter? They're gonna play differently. Something completely different is going to happen. We know we can't predict what's about to happen because these teams keep switching up their games, adapting, and every time we see the same maps coming, we never see the same game.
You're so absolutely right, Pat. And I feel like, once again, just the swap in that one weapon, bringing back the 96 is kind of reverses of the flow. Like, we see Heyman, they're sticking with the same comps, trying to stick that Zimmy out, but now they really have to contend. Both of these team comps are slowly merging to mirror each other as time goes on.
We are solidifying, but still, the Tri-Slusher is there to create the chaos, to be the different one, as Usagi Fan Club is going to get the early push, not letting Heyman getting their signature openings.
Oh my goodness, second time that Sarah's been shut down trying to push back in is creating so much momentum for Usagi Fan Club, and then bringing out the pencil on top of that is going to solidify that momentum even further here. The Zimmy going down is so huge. They have a Kraken online, they have a Cthulhu online, they have all the specials online, Pat, and they are looking to bring them out.
And they're taking their time, they're waiting for the perfect opportunity for that Kraken to down onto Usagi Fan Club, but the Kraken came a bit too late. Control is taken by Heyman. And Usagi Fan Club, they scored 60 points, that's pretty nice, but we know Heyman is very much able to get a comeback. Oh wait! What a move by the Tri-Slusher, just giving the rest of the team a complete opening onto the map.
Oh my goodness, they're still holding on to this. Even with the 3 down like that, they are just looking to lock things down. Like, Usagi Fan Club is not letting off the gas at all. They are not letting a wipeout deter them. Back in control of the zone once again. They're going to be looking to get through the rest of the penalty, getting another splat on Sarah to keep things going in their favor. Heyman, they've been able to break out. They've been able to keep that zone, but so far, like you said, what happened last time is not going to be any way, shape, or form how it happens this time around. Just these teams are too good to let the same thing slide again.
Ooh, the 2 bubblers were deployed at the exact same time, and now Usagi Fan Club are holding the zone. Just a few more ticks could be their victory once again. Heyman needs a miracle, needs to go in. They're able to get the splats, and they're able to stay alive.
That is crazy. Like the read on Sarah, I thought for sure the Usagi fan club had it in the bag, but just like that was just the distraction. The rest of the team came in and popped that zone. Granted, they have to get below 4 to take that lead back, but with how they've been fighting, like this is the kind of turnaround that we've come to expect from both of these teams.
Yep.
If Usagi fan club isn't able to lock things down, like this could be, I guess, nope, they do manage to lock this down. It is just a pencil remaining, and they're potentially going to be jumping out.
Yeah, there's still more than 2 minutes in this game. Heyman has the time to come back, but they need to prepare a push, and the Kraken is there to completely disrupt their formation as they are trying to set themselves to go forward right now. They have the cooler, they have the Booyah Bomb ready, and that S-Blast is going to go to the side. Beautiful splat right there, and a Booyah Bomb. Heyman is back on the zone. Sorry. And are going to cap it to stay still alive.
Oh my goodness, they're not, like, it's gotten to the point where there's so many penalty points for Usagi fan club. Even when they recap it as they did, like they don't, they're not able to get that penalty down enough to get any more points on the board. Versus Heyman, like they're slowly itching away, they're slowly ticking away of their own space. It's just, this is a battle of attrition at this point. Like who can hold on to that lead the longest? And right now it seems to be in Usagi's favor, but as we've said, like, Heyman, they are knocking on that front door. They are looking to turn this around big time.
Yep, they are here. They are pushing. They want that control. The S-Blast to the side, getting so much presence. Another Booyah Bomb on the zone. There is not much penalty. Heyman needs to make that push work. 2 splats. That is huge. The zone is back in yellow.
Translator's going to be jumping in here. We see the 52 trying to push up again, but just like it's not gone to a solid state of either team. Like it's been so highly contested. Like even with the 2 players down, Usagi fan club, they're still here. They're still contesting the zone, and they're gonna flip it right back in their favor. And then the 52 just not having a good time against that Tri-Slosher. Both teams making such good use of these side corners, using it to push in and get these splats that they need to tip the scales. But it just, again, it's become so back and forth. Like, who's going to have the final point in the end?
Yeah, right now, Heyman to the control. There's just 20 seconds left in the game, Maddie, and Heyman just got rid of their penalty. They need to hold. They can't get splatted. They can't make a mistake. They can't let Usagi get back in there. And Usagi just lost 3 players. Heyman are still in there. They're getting the comeback. Usagi needs to push now in overtime.
Oh my goodness, and this is kind of like the staple, like they're starting to panic, but they get 2 down, they get 2 down, they just need to cap the zone, they just need to cap the zone, as they fight for me, the wipeout! Oh my gosh. We were beginning to see, like, they were panicking, they were staggering in, but like, the Kraken behind them was just enough of a distraction, like they drew half of the team away from the zone to the point where like, it became just all these one-on-one fights, and that was the last one-on-one fight they needed to win. The pencil getting splat on the zone, wiping them out, and getting the last point to paint it. Holy moly, man.
What a grand finals, Maddie. And hey, man, they are the picks. Like, we see a 3-0 right there on the screen. That's not the whole story. That was incredibly close, and can't wait to see more. But for now, we're going to say goodbye. What an incredible tournament!
As they milked these matches for all they were. Like, it's been a while since I've seen such an intense bracket reset like that.
Yeah, for sure. A lot going on right there. Every game was tense. Some games were like one team really getting control, but then the next game the other team was coming back, was adapting, was switching things up. It was so back and forth. That's why we love to watch good tournaments. And that means it's time for us to say goodbye, Maddie. And before we go, do you have something to plug?
I mean, you can find me in all the usual places: Twitch, Blue Sky, YouTube at IMedGamerII. I'm just chilling on the internet, playing some more Splatoon. But where can the good people find you, Pat?
You can find me mostly on Blue Sky at Pageotom, that's written on your screen. You also will be able to find me tomorrow for Race for Races. I believe it's on.
Ooh, yes.
Who is streaming it again? I should know
I
that.
think it's Splatoon Tourney. They're going to be streaming it because we have the
Oh yeah.
the draft tomorrow. The captain's going to be
Yes.
picking out the teams.
Yeah. Well, I'm a captain and I will be drafting tomorrow. So please come watch. It's for a good cause. And yeah, that's going to be it for us. Special thanks to CKK, our wonderful observer. And we'll see you in the next one.
Have a good night, everyone.